popular than Jesus, he wasn't just provoking, he was exposing a cultural vacuum, a longing for something deeper. Both John and Yoko, in their own way, were starting to rebel. They just didn't know yet that they were heading straight for each other, like two comets on a collision course. One armed with a guitar and sarcasm, the other with a quiet voice. Whoa, in love and in protest. John didn't care. By 1970, the Beatles were done. He released John Lennon Plastic Ono Band, a searing, stripped-down solo album shaped by primal screen therapy. Songs like Mother and God tore down myths of family, of faith, of the Beatles themselves. It was raw and brilliant. Then came Imagine, perhaps his greatest work. The title track, with its quiet piano and utopian vision, remains one of the most powerful songs of the 20th century. It was co-conceived with Yoko. The lyric "Imagine no possessions" mirrored her conceptual pieces in Grapefruit. The rest of the decade was a roller coaster. The politically charged Sometime in New York City, 1972, the deportation battles with the U.S. government, the Lost Weekend, an 18-month separation where John lived and drank heavily in L.A., and then reconciliation. On October 9th, 1975, John's 35th birthday, Yoko gave birth to their son, Sean. John stepped away from music, choosing to be a full-time dad. He baked bread. He stayed home. He called it house husbandry. But in 1980, the music returned. John and Yoko recorded Double Fantasy, alternating songs like a conversation. Her tracks, experimental yet melodic. His, nostalgic and warm. The album reflected two voices, in harmony and in tension, singing about love, age, and renewal. Just 3 weeks later, John Lennon was shot outside their New York home. The last photograph ever taken of him, holding Yoko's hand, captures their final walk together. Their love was strange, messy, courageous. It broke rules. It annoyed millions. But it gave birth to an idea that love and art are not separate. That activism can be gentle. That peace can be imagined. After the silence, Yoko's life and legacy without John. When the bullet struck John Lennon on December 8, 1980, it didn't just end a life. It froze a moment in time. Outside the Dakota Building in New York, Yoko Ono held her husband as he slipped away. In the days that followed, she asked the world not for revenge, but for silence. A 10-minute global moment of reflection. And then she was alone. The media expected her to vanish, to crumble, to be just the widow. But Yoko Ono did what she had always done. She turned grief into art. In 1981, she released Season of Glass, an album haunted by sorrow. The cover? John's blood-stained glasses, resting beside a glass of water on their apartment windowsill. It was stark, unflinching, and brutally honest. She didn't try to rewrite history. She chose to confront it. Over the years, Yoko carefully curated John's legacy, reissuing albums, organizing exhibitions, and sharing his unpublished work with the world. But she also reclaimed her own voice. She returned to the stage, performing avant-garde pieces. She wrote, painted, recorded. She refused to fade. In 2007, she unveiled the Imagine Peace Tower in Iceland, a glowing beam of light rising into the sky each year between John's birthday and the anniversary of his death. Etched at its base are the words, "Imagine peace," in 24 languages. She continued to challenge expectations. In her 70s and 80s, Yoko became an unexpected presence on dance charts with remixes of her old experimental tracks. She collaborated with artists half her age. She turned aging into performance. Despite decades of blame, mockery, and misunderstanding, Yoko never renounced love. She kept calling John her soulmate, kept championing peace, kept creating. Today, many have come to see her not as the villain in a Beatles tragedy, but as a visionary, one who dared to live, love, and make art on her own terms. John may be gone, but the light they lit together still burns. Muse or menace? Yoko's role in John's transformation and the Beatles in it. Few figures in music history have been as fiercely debated as Yoko Ono. To some, she was the artist who liberated John Lennon, who challenged him, elevated him, and gave him the courage to break free from his past. To others, she was the intruder who broke up the Beatles, poisoned the band's chemistry, and dragged Lennon into strange, indulgent experiments. So which is true? The answer, like most truths, is complicated. Let's start with John. Before Yoko, John was a Beatle, one-fourth of a cultural juggernaut, yes, but also increasingly restless. As the band evolved from mop-top rockers to studio innovators, John found himself craving something deeper, artistically and emotionally. Meeting Yoko gave him exactly that. She wasn't impressed by fame. She wasn't afraid of his ego. She made him question everything. He called her his mirror. She called him the male half of me. Yoko introduced John to the world of avant-garde art and performance, to Eastern philosophy, feminist ideas, and the concept that art could be protest, intimate, personal, and political. In her, he found not just a lover, but a co-creator. Many of his post-Beatles songs, including Imagine, carry the imprint of her thinking and voice. Even the lyric, "Imagine no possessions," echoes her conceptual ideas from Grapefruit. Yoko didn't change John. She unlocked what was already inside him. But what about the Beatles? Here's where it gets tricky. Yoko's presence in the recording studio broke an unspoken rule. The Beatles, for years, had been a closed system, a creative sanctum of four. Even wives and girlfriends typically stayed away from the process. But Yoko sat beside John, offered ideas, and sometimes even sang. This upset the fragile balance. Paul, George, and Ringo didn't know how to respond, especially as John grew more distant from the group and more attached to Yoko. Was she the cause of the breakup? Not directly. By 1968, tensions within the band were already high. Disputes over business, creative direction, and leadership plagued the sessions for the White Album and Let It Be. George was feeling overshadowed. Ringo briefly quit the band. Paul became increasingly controlling. The band was splintering, with or without Yoko. But her constant presence and the closeness she and John shared did accelerate the divide. Paul McCartney later admitted, "She certainly didn't break up the Beatles. The band was already breaking up." But he also acknowledged that her arrival changed John, and that change shifted the group dynamic. Perhaps it's more accurate to say, Yoko didn't cause the breakup, but she gave John the courage to walk away. For that, some fans never forgave her. For decades, she was caricatured, the weird outsider, the woman who screamed into microphones and seduced John into abandoning his band. But over time, the narrative evolved. Today, Yoko is more often seen as a muse, a partner,
and a provocateur who challenged John to think beyond music, to use his voice not just to sing, but to speak out. And perhaps that's the real legacy. Not whether she ended a band, but how she helped birth an artist.
The Secret Room, Lennon, Epstein, and the Shadows of Intimacy.
In April 1963, at the height of Beatlemania's early bloom, John Lennon took a short trip with Brian Epstein, the Beatles' openly gay manager, to Barcelona.
It was a quiet holiday, just the two of them. No wives, no bandmates, no cameras. Just the roar of the Mediterranean, the shadow of Catholic Spain, and two men escaping the pressure of stardom for a few days of anonymity. And from that moment, the rumors began. Did something happen between Lennon and Epstein? Was their bond purely professional, or something more intimate? Lennon himself addressed the question years later. In a candid 1980 interview with Playboy, he said, "Well, it was almost a love affair, but not quite. It was never consummated, but we did spend a lot of time together. I was on holiday and I just wanted to go somewhere. Brian suggested Spain. It was plain we were close. I wasn't in love with him, but he was in love with me." It was a rare moment of emotional honesty, especially for a man raised in post-war Britain, where masculinity was rigid and queerness marginalized. Lennon didn't deny the intimacy. He admitted to testing boundaries. Perhaps it was a gesture of compassion, perhaps a curious exploration, or perhaps, as some have speculated, a brief moment of blurred lines between identity and affection. The mystery has since lingered, not because of scandal, but because of what it reveals about Lennon himself. In 1991, the independent film The Hours and Times sought to fictionalize this encounter. Directed by Christopher Munch, the film imagines what could have happened during that trip, not as gossip, but as a meditation on longing, repression, and emotional tension. In the film, Lennon, played by Ian Hart, is sharp-tongued and guarded. Epstein, David Angus, is gentle, refined, aching with affection. The two characters circle each other in hotel rooms and empty streets, exchanging barbs and silences that speak louder than words. Whether they sleep together is left ambiguous. The film is less about what happened and more about what could have. Critics praised its restraint and emotional complexity. It wasn't about sex. It was about the closeness two men could share, even if the world refused to give it language. Then, decades later, came Yoko Ono's quiet revelation. In a 2015 interview with Time, she reflected, "John and I had a big talk about bisexuality. He said, it's something that everybody goes through. It's natural. I think he had a desire to try it, but he was too inhibited." She added that John was likely held back by cultural pressures, fear of judgment, and the deeply heteronormative environment of the 1960s. He couldn't go all the way, because he was a very macho man, and, he was not the type that would do it openly. This wasn't a tabloid confession. It was a tender insight, offered by the woman who knew him best. Yoko wasn't trying to categorize him. She was trying to reveal him as complex, as fluid, as human. Taken together, the Barcelona trip, the rumors, the film, the interview, these fragments paint a portrait not of a gay man, nor a straight man, but of a soul wrestling with connection. Lennon was never easy to define. He challenged power, loved fiercely, and often contradicted himself. And perhaps that's the point. He lived in the in-between, in art and politics, in anger and vulnerability, in fame and solitude, and perhaps in sexuality too. For fans who worship the image of Lennon as a rock god or revolutionary, these ambiguities may feel uncomfortable, but for others, they make him more real, a man unafraid to explore his contradictions even if he didn't always act on them. Brian Epstein died in 1967, just 4 years after that trip. John never spoke of him often, but when he did, there was a softness in his voice, a reverence, tinged with guilt. Maybe he never knew how to name what they shared. Maybe he didn't need to. In the end, the truth may not lie in facts or labels, but in the courage to admit that intimacy isn't always simple. Sometimes it's a glance in a foreign city. Sometimes it's a sentence half spoken. And sometimes it's a song. Imagine Forever, the lasting legacy of John Lennon and Yoko Ono. When John Lennon was murdered in 1980, the world lost more than just a Beatle. It lost a voice. One that dared to speak of peace when war was popular. That sang about vulnerability in a culture obsessed with strength. And that questioned power even when he was part of it. But death didn't silence him. And it didn't silence Yoko either. In the decades that followed, the legacy of John and Yoko evolved. From a symbol of controversy to one of vision. What was once mocked became admired. What was once misunderstood became prophetic. For John, the songs endure. Imagine, still sung in protests and vigils around the world. Give peace a chance, a rallying cry that never grew old. Mother, working class hero, God, brutally honest tracks that stripped away the myths of rock stardom. He helped redefine what a rock star could be. Not a demigod, but a man, broken, angry, searching, tender. He made it okay for men to cry, to doubt, to rage against the system, and still believe in love. Yoko, once blamed for breaking up the Beatles, has come to be seen as a visionary in her own right. Her conceptual art, long dismissed as strange, is now studied in museums and universities. Her installations, like the Wish Tree or the Imagine Peace Tower, invite participation, vulnerability, and reflection. She was never just a muse. She was a collaborator, a co-conspirator, an equal partner in both love and revolution. Together, they turned their marriage into a medium. Their bed-ins became performance pieces. Their interviews became manifestos. Even their silence, like the 10-minute tribute after John's death, was charged with meaning. They believed that love wasn't separate from politics, that art wasn't separate from protest, and that fame, if used right, could amplify truth. Their influence echoes far beyond music. Artists like Patti Smith, Bjork, and Lady Gaga have cited Yoko as a major influence. Peace activists still quote John's lyrics. Younger generations discovering the Beatles often stumble into the radical world of Lennon-Ono and find ideas that feel surprisingly modern. Yes, they were flawed. John could be cruel, impulsive, egotistical. Yoko could be opaque, provocative, polarizing. But they never pretended to be perfect. They embraced contradiction. They let the world watch them wrestle with identity, pain, and politics in real time. And in doing so, they gave permission for others to do the same. Today, their legacy is not just in vinyl records or museum walls. It's in the questions they left behind. What does peace look like? Can love be a form of protest? Is art still radical in a noisy world? As long as those questions are asked, John and Yoko remain alive. Not as icons trapped in history, but as voices whispering forward. Imagine that. If you've made it this far, chances are you're someone who truly believes in peace. Not as a slogan, but as a way of life. You don't just listen to the music, you feel it, you carry it. In a world that keeps repeating the same tragic verses, from Ukraine and Russia to Gaza and Israel, the voices of John Lennon and Yoko Ono still matter. Their message wasn't naive, it was urgent. It still is. So if this video moved you, don't let it end here. Share it. Send it to a friend. Post it somewhere someone needs to hear it. Because peace doesn't spread by accident. It spreads when we pass it on. Leave a comment below with the words imagine or give peace a chance. Let those words ripple through the algorithm, the noise, the fear. And don't forget to subscribe to TSFOF, where stories matter and voices like theirs echo. War is over if you want.
Surveys find that roughly 80% of Gen Z believe in astrology and it's allowed to influence major life decisions.
But what would be sad is if that number got to 100%, then the civilization just goes back to the cave, where everything that happened in the natural world was created by forces beyond knowledge and understanding. So if you want to think you're not in control of your fate because the sun and the planets are, it's a free country. But I'm creating it in my life because I can control it.
But is there anything that the universe does to influence us?
Yes.
Really?
Yeah. That's how you have it, right?
Neil deGrasse Tyson is one of the most recognizable voices in modern science who turns the mysteries of the universe into simple truths
and simple truths into life lessons.
As a scientist, it's disturbing how easily people divide each other based on skin color, religion, what food you eat, what language they speak, and they find some other philosophy that differs and then they go to war. But when I step back with the cosmic perspective, I realize how ridiculous it is.
Give me the cosmic perspective.
Well, there's nothing that we can put on the table that is like the measurements of the universe. And we are literally composed of stars. So when people think they're different, they have DNA in common with all of the life forms on Earth. Like you have 20% identical genes from a banana. We all do, not just you. And that's not all. There are molecules that went in and out of your lungs that are in China being breathed by people there. And go further back, Jesus in heaven. So how's that? Oneness without it.
That can't be true.
And that's the next problem. People value what they think is true more than what is true. That's a recipe for the unraveling of civilization and development. But as a scientist, show me the data.
As someone that knows so much about the universe, objective truth, I've got a lot of questions. So what do you think is the probability of me getting to another planet in my lifetime? And then could you make the case that the universe is simulated by some sort of advanced life form? And also, did humans evolve at some point to believe that you think we would be happy if we
Oh, so you're going to spice this up a bit. Okay, so
I see messages all the time in the comment section that some of you didn't realise you didn't subscribe. So if you could do me a favour and double check if you're a subscriber to this channel, that would be tremendously appreciated. It's the simple, it's the free thing that anybody that watches the show frequently can do to help us here, to keep everything going in this show in the trajectory it's on. So please do double check if you subscribed, and thank you so much, because in a strange way you're part of our history and you're on this journey with us, and I appreciate you for that. So yeah, thank you. I've been watching a lot of videos of yours, I think because I've reached a stage in my life where I've become really existentially curious.
I think we all do at some point. And especially the more you've lived, the more it all sort of, you ask, what does it all mean? How does it all come together? What will it mean to me in 5 years, 10 years? I don't know if you're old enough to think about your mortality, but that's a thing. When you have fewer years left than the years you've lived, and you can, I think the way they say it is you can have a good expectation to live as long as your parents did. I lost both of them in the last 5 years. So that's my horizon. And the fact that we die has a capacity to bring focus into the remaining time you're alive. Because think about it, if knowing you're going to die brings focus and purpose and resolve and action, then if you live forever, what's your hurry? For me, knowing I'm going to die gives meaning to my remaining life. Whereas if I'm never going to die, then mathematically that would mean I'd lead a life of no meaning at all. because there's no way to focus an infinity amount of time into anything and have it be meaningful. So I'm taking mortality as a very serious force operating on happiness, productivity. Can you do something for the world? And on my tombstone, what I want it to say is a quote from Horace Mann: "Be ashamed to die until you have won some victory for humanity." I want to have made a difference in the world. I want the world to have been better off because I lived in it. Is that too much to ask of any of us? Really? We're all capable of good deeds. So if the world is better off, I've played my part as a citizen of planet Earth.
And this all sort of dovetails into this new book that you've written. I call it a new book, but it's really a revision of a very successful book that I think the first copy was published in 1998, called Just Visiting the Planet: Further Scientific Adventures of Merlin from Omniscia.
Omniscia, yeah.
When I think about these bigger questions about the universe, meaning, purpose, death, why am I here, religion, all these things, so often I think about them through the context and information I find in your work, because when I think of the world being so big, as you talk about in this book, and so infinite, all these stars, I feel meaningless. In a nice way sometimes. I feel like the shit that I worry about no longer matters. But then when you talk about...
You feel meaningless in a happy way.
Yeah. I feel like the things that cause me suffering don't matter as much as I thought they did. And then you talked about shortening time by realizing that you're going to live for 90 years or 80 years, creating great amounts of meaning. And it feels somewhat like, I don't know.
Yes, the universe is huge in size, in age, in contents. There's nothing we can put on the table that can rival those measurements that we make of the universe. However,
how big?
Well, there's the light from the most distant galaxies has been traveling for nearly 14 billion years. 10 billion years more than Earth has even existed, if you want to get a sense of that. And so, but think about it a whole other way, that if you look at the ingredients of life, not just human life, but life on Earth, you can rank the elements. What's the number one element in life? We mentioned the human body. Number one element is hydrogen. That's contained in the H2O of the water content of your body, which, depending on how chubby you are, can anywhere from a half to 3/4 of your body weight is water. And all right, what's the next most abundant element in your body? It's oxygen, attached to the water. Okay, H2O, and both the H and the O appear in many, many other molecules in our body, in the DNA, in your muscle tissue, all of this, and the blood. Okay, what's third? Carbon, which you would have thought had to be somewhere on the list because you know we're carbon-based life. Fourth is nitrogen. Okay, fifth, I'll put them all together and just say other. Okay, so that's the sequence of elements. And now you say, what are the sequence of elements in the universe? The number one is hydrogen. The number two is helium, but that's chemically inert. You might remember from high school chemistry. You can't do anything with it anyway. Helium. Next in the universe, oxygen. Next, carbon. Next, nitrogen. Next, other. Okay, so we are one for one matched to the ingredients of the universe. And one of the gifts of 20th century astrophysics is gifts to civilization, is where those ingredients came from. And we trace those ingredients, the hydrogen, to the Big Bang itself, and all these heavier elements to stars that manufactured those elements in their core, in the crucible that is their core. They lived out their lives. They exploded, scattered that enrichment into gas clouds so that the next generation of stars would have planets, and at least one of them have life, as we know it, life on Earth. So that you can think of us not just figuratively, but literally composed of stardust. And so that it's not that we are alive in the universe. Yes, that's true. But the universe is alive within us. So we're special because we're the same as the universe. Often when people think they're special, I want to be different. No. We're saying because we have human DNA on an Earth where we have DNA in common with all other animals, all other life forms on Earth. Do you realize we and mushrooms have more in common with each other than either we or mushrooms have with green plants? The common ancestor between fungus and animals split later in the tree of life. Then its common ancestor split with green plants. You have 20% identical genes to a banana.
Excuse me.
We all do, not just you. Okay. You have it. So when you consider all this, it's not just that we're alive in the universe. The universe is alive within us. And that discovery borders on the spiritual.
Yeah.
And it's a scientific result. So when I look up at night, I never feel small. I feel large. I feel as large as the universe itself, because that's where we came from. We're a participant in a great unfolding story of cosmic evolution.
The minute you said that, I thought of all these Eastern traditions and religions that say we are one. And from a scientific perspective, as you say, we very much are one.
Yeah, what's interesting is one of my deep concerns about the world is many philosophies or religions that say we are one, they find some other philosophy that differs and then they go to war.
Yeah.
I mean, to laugh at that, but we're not good at feeling oneness with everyone. It's easy to feel oneness with a tribe. A tribe could be skin color, religion, who you sleep with, who you don't sleep with, what food you eat, what rituals you perform. And so those people choose sides based on so many factors that it's actually, to me, just as a scientist, it's disturbing how easily and quickly we will divide each other and make that the reason for how you interact, rather than see what we have in common and make that the reason for why we would come together.
This has been really front of mind for me for the last 24 hours. There's been a lot of things that have happened in the news that have thrown the conversation around division to the very front of my mind, and that, you know, in the UK we've got all these people that are marching next week, I believe, through London because of, you know, various political things. And I was saying to my friends last night, I said, I think actually that the root cause isn't this or that, it's the division itself. And it's,
yeah, you can overanalyze. I mean, if you look deeper than whatever people are saying is the reason they are marching or arguing, if you just park the curtains and unpack it all, at the bottom of that is there's a tribe here and a tribe here, and they think this way and they think that way, and never the twain meet unless we rethink how we interact with one another. I mean, think about it. You know, with the race friction that existed around the world, but especially in colonial Europe and the slave trade and all of this. And okay, that's not good. It's bad. And all right, but then you look at World War I and World War II. That's white people fighting white people, slaughtering them in great numbers. So you could divide by skin color, but apparently people find plenty of reasons to divide and conquer, to divide and kill, to divide and oppress. And skin color is one in a long list of all the reasons people have given to religious wars, to worshiping the different God, or worshiping the God differently. These are human beings. And I wrote a whole book, I think one of those books in your stash there, that one, Cosmic Perspectives on Civilization, one in your left hand there. That one is what conflict in the world looks like when you are scientifically literate. and you have a dose of cosmic perspective on top of it.
Give me the cosmic perspective, please.
You're fighting over that line in the sand. When I'm out here at the moon looking at Earth, this fragile ecosystem, do you realize Earth's atmosphere is to Earth what the skin of an apple is to an apple in terms of thickness? So I see people trashing the planet, fighting one another, again, just based on who's on what side of the line in the sand, or who they worship, who they don't worship, or what their skin color is, or where they were born, what language they speak, what accent they have. And I step back, and from orbit, it's ocean, land, clouds. From the moon, there's Earth suspended there in space. I almost don't want to zoom in on it because people value what they think is true more than what is true. There are objective truths out there, but it's almost as though people fight and argue more vehemently the less evidence there is to support what it is they think is true. There's an old saying, if an argument lasts more than 5 minutes, then both sides are wrong. It's true probably 80-90% of the time, but it's definitely something to think about.
How have your spiritual and religious beliefs evolved throughout the course of your career based on all that you've come to know about the objective nature of the universe? Has there been an evolution?
It depends what you mean by evolution. I was raised Catholic.
Yeah.
But we were raised basically in a secular household, even though we would go to church every weekend. What I mean by that is, we come home, at no time do either of my parents say, don't do that, Jesus is watching. You keep that up, you'll go to hell. Do this because it'll please God. Never was there such a conversation as that in the household. So the household was driven by objective truths or life experience, as would be brought from elders to a next generation. Something that was more common in that generation than the current generation, because now elders don't know anything about anything. You know, your kid comes up to you and say, Mommy, Daddy, I want to be a YouTube influencer. And you're saying, what? Go back to school. No, and then they become a YouTube influencer and they out-earn you. So the divide is greater than ever before between one generation and the next, for sure. But by the time I turned 8, I found the religious teachings less and less convincing. And so by the time I was 9, when I discovered the universe, or really the universe discovered me, my first visit to my local planetarium. So yeah, I wouldn't call it an evolution, but I will say this. You didn't ask this, but it relates. Before I was more recognized, you know, I'd be on an airplane. What do you do? What do you do? Okay. They find out I do astrophysics. Then out come the questions. Okay. Well, tell me about black holes, relativity, the Big Bang, aliens. Okay. And would always land on God. And I used to give pretty straight, unforgiving answers to that question, to that inquiry. Then I thought, that's not fair. There are people whose lives pivot around their religious beliefs and their spirituality. And just because I've been discounting it since I was 8, I shouldn't use that as a force against them. I should at least understand where they're coming from. So I systematically acquired religious books of all kinds. So I have the Torah. I have multiple copies of the Quran. Joseph Smith's account that led to the Mormons. I have multiple bits of literature from Jehovah's Witnesses that will come to your door and they want to hand you. So I acquired all these books and I mostly read them. I skimmed all of them and read some of them with a little more intensity than others. All right. On doing so, that enabled me, empowered me to have more meaningful conversations with people who were religious. Much more meaningful and more informed. That's the key. I don't want to speak about religion unless I know as much as I can about it. As an academic, that should be what would be true of any subject. If you're an academic, you care what's true, not what you think is true, what is true, or what people think. All right? And there's no doubt that religion has been one of the greatest forces operating on civilization ever since civilization. When you look at as a source of people's behavior, what they eat, like I said, who they sleep with, where they sleep, where they worship, who they worship, all around the world, from animistic native peoples, where there's a spirit energy and viewed in the mountain, in the brook, in the wind, to the monotheistic religions, to the polytheistic religions. We don't call them that to put distance between us, but the Greek gods it was their religion. We call it mythology. It was their religion. The Greek gods, the Roman gods. So I'm conversational in all of this. So that when someone says, how do I feel, what do I think, I can do that without just being obnoxious. And so, and have a meaningful conversation.
I haven't done that.
You haven't.
No, I haven't. I bet it's such a good idea to do that, especially as someone in my position that does a lot of talking with people and asking questions. But the first thing that sprung to mind was, there was actually two questions that sprung to mind. The first was, how did that change you, reading all those books, outside of you being able to relate with those, well, being able to talk to them in a different way? And the second question, because I've watched Cosmos, I've watched it several times. It's one of me and my partner's favorite things to watch is you going from the very beginnings of time through the universe into where we
You
are.
gotta love that calendar too.
Oh my
The
god,
cosmic
it's
calendar.
my
Yeah.
favorite thing.
Yeah.
And I try and persuade everybody to watch that. My question was about, because I watched that and I watched how the universe has evolved over time, or at least our understanding of it and how it came to be, is did humans evolve at some point to believe? Are we meant to believe?
Well, so the best way to ask that is, let's go back to the earliest humans we have fossil records of. We can go back to Neanderthal, for example. Neanderthal is a branch of hominids that went extinct, basically. There's some crossbreeding, and there's Neanderthal DNA in many humans today. But as a branch of the hominids, they went extinct. So the Neanderthal, then there's Cro-Magnon. We're Homo sapiens coming after Cro-Magnon, and so when you look at burial grounds, the Neanderthal buried their dead with things, with parts of their life, of the person who died. Now, why would you do that? Unless you had some belief that there was something more to come for that person. I mean, probably the people who took it to the limit were the Egyptians, right? For the Egyptian royalty. I mean, they bury you with all kinds of stuff. And in fact, in Greece, I read this, it's not that I researched it, and I'm not a scholar in this, but that when they buried you, they put a coin in your mouth or in your hand, somewhere on your body, so that when you got into Hades, you can tip the ferry boat driver to cross the river Styx to get into Hades. You might even say that's the beginning of what it was to be human, when people started thinking that way about dying. I mean, you might even invert the question and say, it's not when did we start, it's we existed in all the ways we know what ourselves to be when that ritual came upon our ancestors.
And the survival benefit in believing?
I don't know.
Really?
Yeah, I don't know. We're pretty sure there's a survival benefit of groupthink. And religion is groupthink, if there ever was. It was, we will all believe this in this way, and we will behave in that way on those occasions, and you will not deviate from it. And part of that package of beliefs includes statements about the afterlife and how you should behave in this life. Otherwise, you don't go to heaven, you go to hell. I don't think Judaism has a hell, but you're not as rewarded as you'd otherwise be. Now that forms a corpus of beliefs that can be highly binding of a people's. And especially if some other peoples come up and they do other things and you don't understand it, you don't know what it is, and they're a threat. And so you keep them out, You do whatever you can to preserve your traditions relative to theirs. Ultimately, the worst, that in its worst manifestation is all-out war. You just kill people who don't believe the way you do. So maybe religion is kind of what defined humans in the fossil record. I mean, like I said, that's an interesting inversion of that question. Not when did humans begin being religious. You define who we are as humans as when religion showed up in the burial grounds of cavemen.
You just talked about us being bound there by certain shared beliefs and ideas.
Yes.
And I think
I think ritual is one of the strongest binding forces of society that we have.
And I think that people are maybe unbinding. If you look at the narrative in society, it's about be your own boss, stand on your own 2 feet. More people are lonely, living alone, having less kids, are working freelance and remotely. So it feels like, in a weird way, we're becoming more independent, and there's somewhat of a cost to that. And actually, my friends that are struggling the most in their lives are those that have the least dependence on a village. I always wonder if we need to ladder up to the universe, i.e., me, my family, maybe my village, maybe my country, the planet, the universe, in
The metaverse?
Yeah, and like God.
The multiverse?
Yeah.
So let me just react to that.
Mhm.
There have been studies about the psychological effects of this kind of life, basically the social media too early in one's life force that operates. But I don't know. I don't want to be the person who says, in my day we did it right, and you youngins don't know what you're doing, and you're all got. I mean, I've seen the films of officials smashing pinball machines with sledgehammers, saying it will be the death of the next generation because they're not studying, it's gambling. You've seen people burning rock and roll records. You know, we've seen this, and I don't want to be that guy. I'd rather be the person that says they're going to create a whole other reality that was not my reality growing up. And I don't know that I can or should value judge them. When they come up in the ranks, they'll be mature adults. They'll figure out what the rhythms are of that world. And I will say, however, that if you go far enough back, no one ever traveled anywhere. You spend your whole life not going more than 30 miles from your hometown, a couple hundred years back. So now people do actually communicate with countless thousands of people around the world. So it's different. I'm not value judging it, but it's different. And you're exposed to different ideas. Maybe it tribalizes you more, or maybe it softens you. It has the power to do both. What concerns me is because when I post to social media, I've learned the art of not expressing an opinion. Because I don't care what your opinion is. I don't care that you have my opinion. What I care about as an educator, and especially as a scientist, is that your opinion is based on objective reality, objective truth. If you have an opinion where the foundation of it is, what? Then you're just floating. And then if you rise to power of laws and legislation, and then you shape a society based on what you think is true or want to be true rather than what is objectively true, that's a recipe for the unraveling of civilization as we know it. So this loneliness bit, I don't know how to comment on it. I don't have the expertise, but I do know that I don't want to be the person on the rocking chair. Get off my lawn, you.
And I guess I've been trying to figure out if I need to try and make sure my life ladders upwards.
Oh, let me get back to that.
Yeah.
So, it may be that the most important role of church wasn't to give a specific recipe for how you pray, or again, who you pray to, or when you. Maybe that wasn't its greatest value. Maybe its greatest value was the community that it created.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone comes together, and all in one room, at the same time. That's not happening today. Like you said, but people are less religious today than ever before. many people who were once religious would today, statistically, today say they're spiritual, which means they're separated from the rules and regulations that typically dictate how you behave within a religion. But the fact is, you're talking about going upwards, so you have your city, your community, your neighbors, and your church, your synagogue, your mosque, your temple, whatever is the place where you gather with some frequency. That surely has value, because we need each other. I'm jealous when you drive down the country road, there's a deer just walking around, and I'm thinking, society collapsed. That deer is just fine. The deer was born in the woods, is finding food, is grown up. Whereas I need other people to survive in this world. I don't know how to hunt. I don't know how to skin game. I don't know. I like knowing that there's a quart of milk waiting for me on the grocery store, and ready to eat cereals. We have an interdependence as never before.
Mm-hmm.
And how do we maintain that without scattering to the winds?
You said you lost both your parents in the last 5 years.
Yeah.
As someone that knows so much about the universe and objective truth and reality, how do you contend with grief in that scenario? But also, how does that change you in any way?
It did a little bit, not as much as I thought it might have. My father was 89 when he died. That was 5 years ago. My mother was 2 days shy of her 95th birthday. So I'm putting myself right between them in my life expectancy. I think I'll get to 92. It's the average of those two. Yeah. So when you die at that age, it's sad, but it's not tragic. So that's an important distinction for me. Tragic life is a life that could have been lived, but through act of war or negligence or negligence of the person or of others, the life is cut short. Then that's tragic. It's a life not fully lived. But if you lived a full life, you're married 50-something years, it's sad, but it's not tragic. In fact, it's not even sad. It's something to celebrate. And so I miss them. I miss them more than I thought I would, because they carried quite a bit of wisdom with them. My father was active in the civil rights movement. My mother was a gerontologist, so they both cared very deeply about the plight of others. And I'm their son, the astrophysicist. So I go off with my head in the sky, but I was anchored into the human condition, and anchored to think about it, to care about it. And when I encounter things in modern life, I wonder what my mother would say about that. I wonder what insights my father, and they're not there. I don't have them for that. So the way it's changed me is, it has put a greater expectation of me on myself to make sure I have wisdom that I can share with my kids, my 2 kids, the kind of wisdom that I gleaned from my parents, so that, again, this is not wisdom of what car to buy or what job to have, because they have other values, they have other expectations of society. But in terms of human-to-human interaction, in terms of love, in terms of challenges in life and overcoming them, some of those are timeless. Some of those are, how to navigate difficult people, how to appreciate nature so you don't take it for granted. One of the things I liked about Joyce Kilmer's poem on a tree is about a tree. And we've all seen trees. So why does this matter? Because it takes an artist, a poet, a writer, a sculptor, a painter. For me, the artist's job is to encourage us, stimulate us to pay attention to things we might otherwise take for granted. Because so much of life is what you might just walk by and not even give it any thought. And so I don't walk by trees without thinking something about that poem.
What is the poem?
I think that I shall never see a poem lovely as a tree whose hungry mouth is pressed against the earth's sweet flowering breast, a tree that looks at God all day and lifts her leafy arms to pray, a tree that may in summer wear the nest of robins in her hair, upon whose bosom snow has lain, who ultimately lives with rain. Poems are made by fools like me, but only God can make a tree.
But only God can make a tree. I spend so long these days thinking and talking to people about what all of this means, and I've got more and more. I saw you talking about the simulation theory once or twice,
Mhm.
and I started to fall into that that whole of thing.
Oh, it's no, you gotta, step outside every now and then and, smell the roses.
But you said you wouldn't be surprised if people found out the universe is simulated by some sort of advanced life form.
Yeah, given what we can now compute, throw in quantum computing on top of that. We don't have this power yet, but to make a world in our computer where the characters that in that world believe they have free will, and then they conduct themselves, and then they invent computers, and then they make a world inside of their computer, and where their characters think they have free will, and then it's this simulated universes all the way down. And close your eyes and throw a dart. Which of these are you going to get? The first universe that invented the simulated universe, or the zillion ones that follow? The dart's likely to hit one of the others. But my escape hatch from that is, since we do not yet know or have the power to make a perfectly simulated world, it means we are either the first universe that's real that hasn't created one yet, or we're the last universe that hasn't evolved yet to have created one of its own. Because all the middles have the power to create one. So that takes it, a zillion to one against us to maybe 50-50.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
I never heard that.
So I'm a little more comfortable that way.
Comfortable.
Yeah. I sleep a little better at night.
But I guess it wouldn't matter anyway.
It would matter if we're completely simulated. What do you care? You living your life. I know we don't want to believe that there are puppet strings on us. Part of me thinks that, though. Just when everything on Earth is kind of stable. Oh, COVID shows up. Oh, so this is the programmer saying, the Earth is too boring now. We got to spice it up a bit. They've thrown a pandemic. Okay, a once in a century pandemic. Now we're entertaining for them. What do we do? Who gets vaccinated? Who doesn't? Who's going to fight? Who dies? Who lives? Okay, so then we kind of get through that. We get the vaccine. Okay, we're just calming down off of that. And they said, oh, let's make a billionaire real estate developer from New York City the most powerful person in the world. Let's stir the pot again. And so now the whole other set of pot stirring that's going on. So that's kind of consistent with a snot-nosed alien kid in the parents' basement programming our existence. That's what I would do. I would throw in interest. There's a game, Sim City.
Yeah.
I played that. That's how old I am. Sim City. So you're mayor of this city, and people can vote you out of office. So you have to do things that make them happy, and there's an opinion poll that's there. And if you spend too much money here, you're not spending money on the schools, that's bad. But then as crime goes up, and you're realizing, oh my gosh, and even this simple simulation, so many interdependent phenomena are taking place. Then things that happen, then Godzilla steps through and plows through the city. Okay, now Godzilla's not real, but it kind of is, because that would be a disaster. Is it a flood? Is it fires? It's a thing that nobody saw coming. Okay, We are recording this interview on September 11th. I live 4 blocks from Ground Zero. That's Godzilla walking through the city. Well, how do you respond to that? You didn't know that was going to happen the day before. So, realizing that in this game, it's only interesting to play when disastrous things happen. Not too many in a row, because you have to be able to recover. So when I look at our world, I'm thinking the best argument I have for being in a simulation is how often some big disaster takes place. When it was the first World War, and then after that, the peace, pandemic. Okay, the 1918 flu pandemic. And then we get out of that, Second World War. Okay, we get out of that, the Cold War, nuclear holocaust. Okay, so that's that's me looking over the shoulder of the programmer.
Oh God, I think I prefer the world where I feel like I have free will and there's not.
Does it make a difference if you believe you have free will, even if you don't?
No, I'll never know.
And the fun answer to that. Ask me, say, do you have free will? Ask me that.
Do we have free will? Do you have free will?
What choice do I have? Well, if you don't have free will, then you don't even have an option to say you don't. So just live life. Just live your life. So that the world is better off for you having lived it.
And what does that mean for you? Like,
It means people are better off. The institutions are better off. People are happier, healthier, wealthier, safer, better fed. That rationality matters in politics and lawmaking. And that will help to ensure stability of anything you build going forward. But that's all I mean. It's not complicated. And you were talking about meaning before. I've stopped looking for meaning decades ago because I realized any of us, has the power to make meaning in life. If you're going to look for meaning, are you looking under a rock, behind a tree? It's as though meaning is sitting there waiting for you to find it. Oh, I found meaning. There it is. Now my life is complete. That feels so powerless on your own destiny. Whereas I make meaning. I want to learn something today that I didn't know yesterday. I want to lessen the suffering of someone today compared with however that person was living yesterday. I want to use what I learn to well up within me and manifest as wisdom. Because information is not really useful until it becomes knowledge. And the knowledge is good. You can show off if you have a lot of knowledge. That's what these game shows do. But in the end, the best use of knowledge is when it becomes wisdom. And wisdom, people say, I don't like getting older. I want to be young again. I don't want to be young again. When I was 30, I was an idiot. Even when I was 30, I thought I was brilliant, right? So don't get older unless you have wisdom to show for it. It's when you don't have something to show for your age, you want to be younger. You're just getting old with nothing to show for it. But I continue to learn things every day, passively and actively. Passively is you just notice, open your eyes sometimes and see what's happening, where things are headed, what they're doing. You learn. Not all things you learn are good. And if they're bad, or need adjustment, or need help, do something about it, if you can. So that's how I derive meaning. Hence my tombstone. Be ashamed to die unless you scored some victory for humanity. There's the meaning.
There's a whole class of billionaires that are trying to live forever now. And I think we are on the verge of being able to extend life potentially indefinitely.
Yeah, we're looking for the date. It's called escape velocity. Do you know about that phrase? It exists in astrophysics, of course, but the escape velocity for Earth, for example, is 7 miles per second. So escape velocity in astrophysics is the speed that you launch something so that it never comes back, no matter how hard the gravity tries. Okay, so every object has an escape velocity. The escape velocity in aging is, the idea is there's a generation yet to be born, but in the very near future, who will not only live longer than the previous generation. So here's a cleaner way to say this. Every year, you can expect to live 1 month longer because knowledge about human physiology has gotten better.
Okay.
Okay? Just think about it that way.
Yeah.
And so we know what to eat, what not to eat, how to exercise, how to not over-exercise, how to maintain your health, well, your health and physiology. All right. There will come a day where every year that you're alive, medicine has figured out a way for you to live an extra year. That's the escape velocity. So every year you live another year. And after that, it could be every year you live 2 years. So that's the escape velocity. So it's not just everybody lives forever today. It sort of works its way into the population. And yeah, I don't want to live forever. I don't. Take me off this earth. I still have more to give, more books to write, that in my judgment would make the world better than it currently is. So I don't want to die before I get as much of that done as I can.
But are you scared of death?
No. Although, that's easy to say because I'm not at death's door. And I had someone rationalize with me, they made a potent argument. I can say now, with another 20 years life expectancy, 15, 20 years, that I don't fear death. But if I'm on my deathbed and someone says, if I can wave my hand and you could live another year, would you? The answer is probably going to be yes. And at the end of that year, so I don't know if my sentiments about life and death will change on my deathbed. I know my mother, that there's a point where she couldn't swallow and she didn't want to feed the tube, and she said, my time is coming. They put me in palliative care and then hospice, and she was dead 10 days later. So she was in charge of her. They could have fed her with a tube, and she would have been completely healthy for another 5 years perhaps. But she raised 2 kids, 3 kids, 50-year marriage, happy life, stable life. And yeah, I'm good with that. So the billionaires, that's ego for sure. If you live forever, there are other people who you're taking resources from who would come behind you. That's one. But 2, are you still contributing to the world? Should you give another person a chance who's in school now, who might be the next genius that'll figure out the energy problem, the poverty problem, the pollution problem? Are you figuring that out? No. You're 90 years old, and you're just living on your yacht. So there's the problem that the last years of your life are not the most creative, the most ambitious, the most irreverent. It's irreverence where new ideas come. You've perhaps seen episodes of Shark Tank. Half or more of those people are 30 and under. They got ideas, fresh ideas. Everyone else is entrenched. So if people start living forever, they're living forever in the part of their life that is least useful to the progress and advance of culture and civilization. And so all of civilization will stagnate.
Do you think in your lifetime, you said you've got a 20-year life expectancy?
Well, 15 to 20.
15 to 20 year life expectancy.
Based on my age now and the age when my parents died. Yeah.
But you've done a lot of neurological work and laid down a lot of good foundations with all these books you've written, so it'll be the upper end of that.
It's food for AI.
It was
food for ChatGPT.
What do you make of AI? What do you?
I love it.
Yeah.
I love it, but I'm. It's by the way, it's been here for a while.
Mhm.
It really spooked people when it started writing your term paper and composing your painting and your set design. All right, that the whole other category of people got spooked by that. Meanwhile, AI has been harnessed and being fully used in my field and in most of the physical sciences. It's doing work. If you can do the work, and I can go to the Bahamas, let it do the work. We have telescopes coming online that could not exist without the intervention of AI to access the data, reduce the data, analyze the data, make a decision about whether it should go back to the thing that it just observed, because that was weird compared to the last time it was observed. This is the Vera Rubin telescope that I'm literally describing now. And so we're living with it. What it means is it'll have to up the game of people who say they are creative. And what I mean by that is, I can say, ChatGPT, take this picture of us, and say, ChatGPT, paint this scene in the style of Van Gogh. It'll come back, the colors will be just right. We'll have this swirly line. It'll be perfect. If Van Gogh was standing there, that's what Van Gogh would be. But I say, ChatGPT, paint us in the style of no artist who has ever lived. I don't know what it's going to give us, but it'll probably suck. Okay? And so true creativity is not aping what has happened before and making adjustments. True creativity, yes, you always build on others. I'm not in denial of that. But true creativity takes leaps that most people don't even know can be taken. And so the artist, so that gap, I think, is what AI in the arts world is going to force creative people to reach for. Otherwise, you're replaced by a simple request in the input line of a large language model or of an art.
I was just wondering then, if I watch Cosmos in 30, 40 years' time, let's say 100 years' time, I was wondering if this is the moment where humans and computers, in the story of humanity, become one and intertwine. If you think about things like Neuralink, which Elon's working on, to make, when he first made that company, all of the narrative that he put out there was about us being able to interface with AI. So we'd need like a brain chip computer interface. More recently, it's been about people that are paraplegic and disabled and helping blind people see. But I think that's a socially acceptable way to advance the technology. But in his early work, he said, superintelligence is going to arrive, and we're going to need a way to basically keep up, where we have better sort of latency with the technology. And I'm wondering if that's like what we're seeing now.
Yeah, superintelligence, if that happens, then it becomes our overlord and we become its pet. Okay. Now, that sounds pretty scary, but don't we treat our pets better than we treat other humans in the world? Think about it. The pet is kept warm and fed and happy. And would you do that for a homeless person in the street? A person of your own species? Probably not. So if we're the pet for the superintelligence,
What about the chicken?
how bad could it be?
We used to have chickens when we were younger, and I watched my Nigerian mother chase that chicken around the garden, grab it, pull its head off, and cook it.
Wow, okay. Yeah. Oh, you worried that it's going to do that for us?
Yeah.
We're gonna run around.
Not all my pets made it.
It's not all the pets survive. Yeah, it depends on whether it needs us to be alive or dead. We have to be relevant to it in some way. Maybe we'll be court jesters, it'll be entertainment. Until then, I don't know that this is some special moment. I do a lot of reading of history, and throughout history, most occasions, especially in the era of the Industrial Revolution, people think they're living in a special moment. So I'm not going to be that guy who says today is special, because everyone has thought they were in a special moment.
And what do you think is the probability of me getting to another planet in my lifetime?
Zero.
Really?
Yeah. You want to know why?
Yes. Please.
Yeah, it's just zero.
I thought SpaceX gonna go to Mars.
I have an unorthodox view on this, so you don't have to believe me. But my read of history tells me that we only do big, expensive things if there's a geopolitical reason for it, either an economic reason or a defense reason. Not just because it's the next thing to do. And when we went to the moon, we realized in 1961, May 25th, President Kennedy, so 6 weeks after Yuri Gagarin flew around the Earth in orbit, and we didn't have a ship that wouldn't blow up on the launch pad that could carry humans yet. He calls a joint session of Congress and says that the events of recent weeks, couldn't even utter the man's name, the events of recent weeks, and I paraphrase, are any indication of the impact of this adventure on the minds of men everywhere, then we need to show the world the path of freedom over the path of tyranny. It's a battle cry against communism, godless Russians, in the whole Soviet Union. We were losing a technological race. And that was the battle cry that prompted Congress to write the check. Oh, later on he says, oh, it'll be, put a man on the moon and before return to safely to Earth, and oh, that's so beautiful, let's hold hands, that's so beautiful. No one ever spent scads of money just because it was a cool thing to do. That has never happened, ever. So, we go to the moon. People forgetting why we went to the moon say, while we're on the moon, at this rate, we'll be on Mars by 1985. That'll be the next ambitious goal we'll take on. No. Because we didn't just go to the moon because that was the next thing to do. We went to the moon to beat the Russians. And when we got to the moon, and we looked over our shoulder and the Russians weren't there, we canceled the Apollo program. 1970, we haven't been back to the moon in 53 years. We canceled it. Apollo 18 was ready to fly. It's now in captivity in Huntsville, Alabama, in a museum on its side. It's fascinating to walk the full length of it. All rocket flight ready parts. It never flew. We ended it at Apollo 17. No, we didn't go to Mars because we didn't have geopolitical reasons to do so, neither economic nor for defense reasons. Historically, people explored, did expensive things for the glory of God and royalty. Very expensive. The pyramids, the honor of royalty, okay? The church building, cathedral building, all of these activities were in the glory of power, deity, and royalty. There's none of that happens today. We're past that. The power of kings and gods. It doesn't happen. Nobody dislodges major resources, capital resources of a nation in the interest of a god or a king anymore. Okay? It's secular. And secular means it's money or it's war, because you feel threatened. Okay. So, you know we're going back to the moon now.
Yeah.
Project Artemis. Did you ever think to stop and ask why? Why did we stay on the moon in 1972? Why did we go back in 1980, or 1990, 2000, 2010? Oh, all of a sudden, let's go back to the moon. Wouldn't that be cool? Do you know when Artemis began? In the late teens? Right about when China says we're going to put Taikonauts on the moon.
Technicals.
Oh, yeah, Chinese astronaut. Taikonaut. Right? That's when we said, let's go back to the moon. What a good idea. Let's do that. Really? Because it's just a good idea? Because we're a little bit spooked by a friendly foe around the world. You might get the glory of that exercise. And once again, it's a godless country. Okay? Communism is godless by design, by construct. So here we are going back to the moon. All right. What motivation do we have to go to Mars? Are there oil wells there? Is there, diamond mines? We're not going to Mars. We're just not. Unless China says they want to put military bases on Mars. We're going to be in Mars in 10 months. 1 month to design, build, and fund the thing, and 9 months to get to Mars. A geopolitical force operating. Oh, by the way, NASA doesn't have a rocket that will get us to Mars. They think they do, but they don't really have one yet. time to do that and say, well, does anybody have a rocket? Elon says, I have a rocket. So if Elon rocket goes to Mars, it's not because he sends it there, it's because taxpayers sent it there. By the way, he could go there on a vanity project, but there's no business case. He could fly to Mars, team up with Jeff Bezos, they can send people to Mars. It's not a business case. And if you are an investor in his company, you would not agree to do that. You wouldn't. But he doesn't need investors because he's very wealthy. He could do it on his own. Are you going to Mars as a tourist? Is that a business case? It's $1 trillion to get to Mars, first. Second will be a little less. I don't see that happening.
$1 trillion?
About that, yeah. If Earth were a schoolroom globe, with your fist, show me where you think the moon is. This is Earth. Take your fist and put it at the distance the moon is. Your fist is about the right size compared. Okay.
I mean,
Right there?
yeah.
Okay, not too bad. It's 30 feet away. It's in the next room.
Okay.
Okay? 30 feet away.
Okay.
That's the moon. Let's keep going. How far away from Earth did the Bezos-Branson rockets go?
Oh, fine.
The thickness of 2 dimes above the surface of the Earth. How far away is Mars? It's a mile away.
From here?
Yes, from this Earth. It's a mile away.
It's in Central
The
Park.
moon, 30 feet away. Mars, a mile away. Yeah, it's $1 trillion to Mars. Yes.
How long?
9 months. You have to wait till the planets are configured so that when you travel, you arrive where Mars will be when you get there. And that's a minimum energy orbit. If you have filling stations along the way, you can just fill up with fuel and get there as fast as you want. But minimum energy orbit takes about 9 months. And then to come back, you have to wait till it's configured again a few years later. So a round trip to Mars is 3 to 5 years, easily. So there's not an economic case. Now, I'm not saying we don't know how to get to Mars. We have an SUV-sized rover there now, right? Discovering potential life from 1 billion years ago. It's not like we don't know how to get to Mars. This is not a technological statement I'm making. I'm talking about a practical statement. So, no. My read of history tells me no.
I thought you were going to also add to that even if Elon wanted to do it as a vanity project because he makes all this money and manages to use Starlink as a way to fund it, whatever, that the problem is Elon's going to die. He's going to die in the next couple of decades, which means the vanity element that comes from his childhood situation where he wanted to get out there and explore the stars because he read that book has got 30 years, 40, 50 years left on it.
Well, that would make him want to hurry, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, and plus he said, I don't want to die on Earth, I want to die on Mars.
Mm-hmm.
I'm paraphrasing, but that's the idea. So that's a goal, sure. But don't tell me it's a business case. I can see a tourist case going to orbit and even possibly visiting the moon. It's 3 days there, 3 days back. That's a week's vacation that you would take. And I would save up 5 years, 10 years of vacation money. If that was the amount that it would take to go to the moon and for 1 week, that would be a really fun bucket list item for me.
If you're starting a business, that means you're one person doing the workload of probably about 50 people. When I first founded this podcast, I had no idea that I was about to step into 100 different roles that I'd never trained for. Things like researching and production and scheduling and branding, all of it, all at once. And this experience isn't unique to me. But for millions of founders around the world, the tool that changes all of that is our sponsor, Shopify. Shopify now powers 10% of all US e-commerce, from names like Gymshark and Mattel to first-time founders just getting started. It's like having your very own design studio, content creator, and marketing team in one, with hundreds of online store templates, AI tools to create product pages, and easy-to-launch email and social media plugins. Behind the scenes, Shopify manages your inventory, international shipping, and even your returns. So if you're ready to sell, sign up for your $1 a month trial at shopify.com/Bartlett. That's shopify.com/Bartlett. $1 a month. No way. You've written this, you've revised this book.
Oh, yeah, just visiting this planet. Yeah, I wrote a column, a question and answer column, for like 10 years, 15 years, where people just ask me questions from the public. And I had a pen name called Merlin. And Merlin was friends with Newton and Galileo and Marie Curie and all these people. So if you ask Merlin, dear Merlin, I don't quite understand gravity. Merlin would say, oh, Merlin had a conversation with Isaac Newton in his backyard. And here's how he answers that.
I think in the book you talk about a golf ball sized black hole would weigh more than Earth and swallow a whole, leaving behind something the size of a lion.
Yeah, oh, slightly bigger, right.
What is, you've been asked this so many times, but I still don't know the answer. What is a black hole, and how do we even know if they're real, if no one's ever been to one?
Well, you can know things without visiting them. I mean, that's the methods and tools and machines of science are remarkable in their ability to learn something without actually having to see it with your eyes or hear it with your ears or to touch it with your fingers. We have, in fact, science didn't take off until these machines became a fundamental part of how we investigated the world, replacing our five senses. Because there's nothing more feeble in this world than you thinking you understand reality through your five senses. That I don't want to call it feeble, I would call it error prone. Error prone. Remember I told you about escape velocity of Earth?
Yeah.
Remember the value I said it was?
7 miles
Paying attention.
a minute.
Per second.
Per second.
That's very fast. 7 miles per. So the adage, what goes up must come down? It's not true. It's true for almost anything you would experience. But you can launch something 7 miles per second, it'll never ever come back. That's the escape velocity for Earth. Okay. If Earth had more mass, the gravity were stronger, the escape velocity is higher. That would make sense.
Yeah.
Because more gravity should have to escape. Let's keep up that exercise. Cram in more and more mass. Just keep doing that. Escape velocity keeps going up. Eventually, the escape velocity hits the speed of light. At that point, light can't even escape. Light is the fastest thing in the universe. If light can't escape, if you fall in, you don't escape either. There's no better description of a hole than that. And worse yet, it's a hole in any direction you approach it. Not just a hole in the street or in the floor. It's a three-dimensional hole. And how do we know it's there? Because it distorts the fabric of space and time around it. We see galaxies behind concentrations of matter, black holes, and the shape of the galaxy is distorted. Because Einstein tells us that gravity distorts the fabric of space and time. That's one way we discover black holes. Another way is most stars in the night sky are binary and multiple star systems. Most of them. You can't see it because you just have human vision. You whip out a telescope, you see, oh my gosh, there are two stars, not just one. If there's a pair of stars, and one of them becomes a black hole, and this one ages, it expands, and some of its material spills onto and orbits around the event horizon of the black hole. This swirling material gets hotter and hotter and hotter, and it radiates X-rays and ultraviolet. We have X-ray and ultraviolet telescopes that see every one of these in the night sky. They're all black holes.
And it's created from an explosion?
There's a star that wants to explode but has so much mass, the explosion doesn't overcome the gravity, and the star collapses down on itself to make a black hole. There's one way to make a black hole.
So our sun, when that runs
That's not going to happen. It's pretty wimpy in that department. It'll still kill us, but for different reasons.
So the mass of the object is so big that it can't actually explode because the gravitational pull
Correct.
inwards is so strong.
Correct. That's above a certain threshold. Within there, there's the stars that the explosion is greater than what the gravity can contain. It makes a supernova, and those are the stars that spread heavy elements across the galaxy, enabling us to even exist.
So I'm going to read this again. A golf ball-sized black hole would weigh more than Earth and swallow a whole, leaving behind something the size of a line.
Yeah, so when black holes eat, they get bigger. So a line is bigger than a golf ball, but not by very much. We can calculate what the size is.
Where would everything go?
It's in there. It's compressed down inside the hole.
And and everything near it's going to get pulled in there as well.
If it comes too close, right?
If it comes too close.
Yeah, you can keep your distance. Black holes, they're not giant sucking devices. I mean, if you keep your distance, if the sun became a black hole right now, we would still orbit it. The gravity we feel at our distance is no different.
You say that if the sun suddenly shut off, we'd freeze at minus 462 Fahrenheit, which is the background temperature of the universe.
Yes.
Once the stored energy ran out.
Yeah.
Once the stored energy were ran out.
Well, so there's the sun's energy. The sun blotted out, but Earth has energy inside of itself as well. This is what gives us volcanoes and continental drift and all the rest of this. So if you don't have a sun, you want to live near a volcano or something that is a source of energy for you. And then you'll live on Earth until the Earth's energy died out. Ideally, by then, you just go to another planet. Why not?
How long has our sun got left?
Another 5 billion years.
How would we know?
It's a good question. That's a product of 20th century modern astrophysics. Then it was modern. I think of it as modern. Where you say, what kind of star is this? You look around the universe for other stars that are just like it. And then you see those stars in their stages of evolution. Stars being born, living out their lives, and dying. And the star changes its properties from birth to death. And so you can line up where the sun is in that chart. And then, plus, we know how old Earth is. So we directly measure the age of the Earth. And so there's no reason to think that Earth did not form at the same time the sun did.
Another really fascinating one was every breath you take contains molecules once inhaled by every human in history.
Yep.
That can't be true.
ChatGPT is. No, so here it is, you ready?
Yeah.
There are more molecules of air in a single breath of air than there are breaths of air in Earth's entire atmosphere. So, if you breathe in and then breathe out, there's enough molecules that you breathe out to populate every breath that anyone will ever again take on this Earth. And air mixes rather quickly. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
So it has to mix. It's not immediately, give it some time. But you give it some time, there are molecules that went in and out of your lungs that are in China being breathed by people there when enough time has elapsed. You can calculate that. Like it's years, 10 years, something like that. There's tremendous mixing of air. So, how's that for feeling kinship with others? Same with water. You drink water. There are more molecules of water in a glass of water, this is a mug of water, than there are mugs of water in all the world's oceans. So you drink a mug of water, and then it comes out of you in any one of a half dozen different ways. There's enough molecules to scatter into every other mug of water in the world. So if someone gets a mug of water, your molecules will be plenty of molecules to go.
So if I do a big inhale, I'm inhaling air that contains molecules that all of my living relatives once inhaled.
Yes, and go further back. Jesus inhaled. Muhammad.
And with every breath.
Yes, every breath. This is the oneness of it all. That's why it's a beautiful thing. Astrophysics. I wouldn't live without it.
Do you think it makes us kinder learning about the universe, or do you think it makes us more nihilistic and narcissistic?
No, if you learn about it as you should be nihilistic. There's no force of nihilism in the knowledge, wisdom, and insight you get by studying the universe. You will never find marching armies led by astrophysicists to go slaughter one another. The cosmic perspective prevents that.
The cosmic perspective.
Yeah. By the way, if you look at the chapter titles in there, they're each pairs of words that we've all used, but we've argued over many of them over our Thanksgiving dinner. I don't know if there's a version of Thanksgiving in the UK. As maybe it's just Christmas, everybody gathers, and the crazy uncles and aunts come in, and you got to argue with them about, and then you're reminded why you only see them once a year. Because no, there are topics in there. Color and race is in there. Law and order, body and mind, meatarians and vegetarians, life and death. A lot of reflective moments in there. So this book, though it's all these topics that people fight about, its goal is to say, you gotta look at it this way. It's not meat in the middle. No. It's meat on a plane of existence above what you're arguing. And you look down on what you're arguing and realize how ridiculous it is. That's the goal of that.
Chapter 10 of the book says human physiology may be overrated.
Yeah.
What do you mean by that?
Well, you know, we like to think of ourselves at the top of evolutionary properties, but it's really your mind, surely, but not much else. You know, it's odd because we always imagine aliens having humanoid bodies,
Yeah.
and there's no reason for that. If they come from another planet, most life on Earth doesn't have a humanoid body. The banana doesn't have a humanoid body. You have DNA in common with it. You don't have any DNA in common with an alien from another planet, yet it's walking around with a neck, eyes, nose, mouth, head, ears, shoulders, arms, fingers, kneecaps, feet. Really? Is that your best imagination that you come up with? Alien from another planet?
Is the universe infinite? I've often wondered that. Does it just go on forever? Or is there a...
We're not given reason to think it doesn't. But our horizon has an edge.
what we can see?
Yeah. But there's no reason to think. So you're a ship at sea, and you have a horizon. Are you saying, well, that's the extent of the ocean? No. Because if you sail towards the horizon, more horizon shows up. And you keep that up until you hit land. So in the universe, we have our horizon. And if we went to that horizon, we'd have a whole other horizon beyond that. If we traveled to that horizon, we have a whole other horizon there. The question is, how far does that go? We don't know. We have no idea. It's simpler mathematically to think it goes forever. It's curious how there's some equations where infinities work just fine in the equation. So we don't know. We can talk about to our own horizon, that's it.
There's so many people saying that they've seen aliens. We had someone on this podcast actually that said they'd seen aliens. Not they'd seen aliens, but they had evidence that aliens existed. And they worked in the military and said that they had, some of these spacecraft footage that you see from the
Did they show you the alien?
No, but you see the videos of the things bouncing around in the sky.
Oh, fuzzy videos.
Fuzzy videos.
So those are UFOs, they're not aliens.
UFOs, yeah.
There's a difference.
Oh, yeah.
Many people equate the two. But if you see something in the sky and you don't know what it is, it's a UFO. And what does the U stand for? Unidentified. Until you can identify it, it's a UFO. And because it does things that you don't understand, you cannot equate that with it being an alien. You just said you don't know what it is. Wow, that's amazing. I don't know what it is. Therefore, it must be an alien? Once you just said you don't know what it is, that's the end of the sentence. You can't go on and say, therefore, it must be anything. You can be impressed with videos that have no explanation. I don't have a problem with that. If you want to turn around and say, aliens? You want to think it's a government cover-up? Do you really think the government is that competent? Often the same people who say there's a masterminded government, are the same people who complain that the government is a bloated bureaucracy, inefficient bureaucracy that should be replaced by private enterprise. There's the same people making those same statements. So I love the aliens. I want to meet them too. My people, the astrophysics community, has been searching for aliens for decades.
And you've never found evidence of any?
Not. So, the community of amateur astronomers in the world, okay? Amateur astronomy that's a badge of honor because it means you know the night sky, you own a telescope. And it's not like amateur neurosurgeon, okay? You don't want to go to an amateur neurosurgeon. If you want to know the night sky, go to an amateur astronomer. Amateur astronomers know the night sky. They know what the sun, moon, and stars are doing every night. They know they're very good at climate and weather because that affects whether things are visible. So they know when weather systems come in and go out and what things look like. You would think if aliens were about, up and about, that amateur astronomers would have seen more of them than anyone else. But they've seen less. Because we know what we're looking at. It's kind of that simple. The moment you know what you're looking at, it's an IFO, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's not a UFO. And so, yeah, I want to meet the aliens, but you're going to show me a fuzzy video, or you're going to say you have an alien, but it's in a locked box and you're not going to show it. If you have an alien in a locked box and you're not going to show it, that's the same thing to a scientist as not having an alien at all.
Could you make the case for why aliens probably do exist, and also the
Of
case
course.
for why they probably don't exist?
No, they surely exist in this universe. The universe is 14 billion years old, and the ingredients of life on Earth are the most common ingredients in the universe. And life began on Earth almost as quickly as it possibly could have. When Earth finally cooled down after it being formed, it was about 200 million years. First signs of single-cell life. So even though we can't duplicate that yet, we don't know how, it's a frontier of biology, Earth didn't seem to have problems getting the job done within 200 million years. That's Earth. Now you have exoplanets everywhere across the galaxy. To suggest that life on Earth is alone in the universe, you'd have to have some point of philosophy that requires you to believe that, because it's not derived from actual evidence or observations of the universe itself. So, aliens, usually people mean intelligent aliens, but we're happy to find any kind of life at all. Bacterial life. That would transform biology.
What about in our galaxy, in the Milky Way
Yeah,
galaxy?
the galaxy is the most sensible place to. So we've looked for exoplanets.
What's that?
A planet orbiting another star. Because we're going to look for life. We presume it's going to be on a planet. So if this table is the galaxy,
Mhm.
and the solar system would be about right there, we've searched a circle about this big for exoplanets.
And what's the solar system versus the
It's just the sun and its planets.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, solar system.
Mhm.
And then that's our solar system there, and we are part of several hundred billion stars in the galaxy.
Mhm.
And this galaxy is one of perhaps as many as 1 trillion galaxies in the observable universe. So to say we're alone, that's just you're being philosophically irresponsible.
So this table is the galaxy,
Yeah, if it were the galaxy,
and we searched a coin.
yeah, that's a good word to use, a coin-sized volume of this galaxy. We've searched for exoplanets, and by association, life. So folks at the SETI Institute, the Search for Extraterrestrial Intelligence, they come up with an analogy. But there are people who said, well, we haven't found life yet, so maybe there's no life anywhere. And we say, no, take a cup and scoop it into the ocean. That's like saying, the ocean has no whales in it.
Is that the equivalent?
Yeah, it's a good, in terms of the space of searching, because it's not only in physical space, but it's in time. Suppose aliens sent radio signals to us, and they arrived 2,000 years ago. Do the Romans have radio telescopes? No. But we would all count them as intelligent. So communication requires intelligence and technology. How long have we had technology to do that? 80 years.
On the chance of probability, do you think there are aliens in the Milky Way galaxy?
Yeah, oh sure.
You think there are?
I don't see why not. It's a calculation you can do. I did it with 2 colleagues of mine. We have about 100 civilizations in the galaxy alive now. That's not many out of the total number of stars, but again, a civilization has to evolve out of whatever it was. That's a tiny little slice of time relative to how long the planet has been there.
100 different living.
Yeah, civilizations.
Also on the word
Yeah.
living, because living can mean many things.
Well, I mean, Mars might have had life, but it would be dead today on the surface. So, we're looking for living civilizations.
And does that excite you?
Yes, completely. But you want to now tell me it has visited you with fuzzy lights in the sky, and no one has like brought forth an alien. I need better evidence, because you're making an extraordinary claim.
Humans' fascination with meeting these aliens, when we've got crazy species we've never met on our own planet.
That's a good point. And plus, what do we need real aliens for when we have Hollywood? The funny part to me is we have no knowledge that aliens want to harm us. But we do have knowledge that humans want to harm humans. And any encounter between an advanced civilization and one that was less advanced in the history of exploration has never boded well for the less advanced civilization. So for me, we are describing aliens not as we think they would be, but as we know we are to one another, to mirror.
And we've really got to play out what we would do as well if we found an alien civilization. What would humans do? I mean, I think we'd go and try and steal some of them and bring them here.
Well, no, they're probably smarter than us. That's like worms saying, "Oh, we found some humans. What should we do with them? Should we corral them?" No. If aliens came here, they clearly are more advanced than we are, because we haven't left low Earth orbit in 53 years. So if they cross the galaxy to visit us, oh, we're going to shoot a gun at them? Get after us. You know.
In all the movies that we beat them. That's so funny. I've never thought about that before. That, yeah, we just shoot guns.
You shoot guns at them, and did it really make a difference? You know.
We've got like Brad Pitt or whoever, and like I'm cruising on. What's your favorite space movie?
Space movie? Well, sci-fi is The Matrix.
Why?
I love everything about it. The story is tight. One physics error in it, but without it, they don't have a movie. So we got to give it and write them a hall pass, which I feel that I have the power to do.
What was the error? Everyone's going to be wondering what the error was in The Matrix.
Well, it's not an error. It's just it's bad physics in it. Okay, so if you remember, the AI computer that's running everything needs an energy source. And so they're growing humans in these pods, knowing that each human radiates at about 80 watts. They didn't give that number, but it's a true fact. 80 watts, like an 80-watt bulb. That's how much energy you are consuming and using. It's an energy rate. Okay? So one of the writers must have known that, and said, that's kind of cool. Let's use humans as an energy source for the machines. All right. So there are these pods of humans. And they grow the humans from childhood to adulthood, and they put in their head a world that they're living in, which is just in their head. And they think it's real, but it's not. That's the Matrix. Okay. Well, wait a minute. How do the humans get their energy? They feed the humans food. Well, why are you feeding food to humans and then using the energy from the humans for the machine? Bypass the middleman and just feed the machine. Something called the second law of first or second law of thermodynamics. Anytime energy changes from one form to another, it's not 100% efficient. You drive a car, if you drive a combustion engine car, you drive it 50 miles, get out, the engine's hot. Where'd the heat come from? That's wasted energy, converting chemical energy of the gasoline to kinetic energy of your car. It is never 100% perfect. So, they are losing energy with this middleman, and they should just feed themselves whatever the food they're feeding the humans. And if they're smart, they would not have humans at all. But then there's no movie. So that's my point. Wrote them a hall pass. You're okay with that.
Are you an easy person to watch movies like this?
Yeah, I'm not. I'm not the guy you think I am. I will watch it and silently, yes, I'll gather a list of, but I'm silent about it. And if you're interested, I will tell you later.
Have you ever heard about this before? This thing I'm holding in my hands now. This is called Ketone IQ. Their website is ketone.com. You've heard me on this podcast talking about the fact that I stay much of the year in a ketogenic state, which is a highly restricted diet. And the reason I do that is plentyfold. One of them is I spend hours and hours talking to people for a living. So I want to make sure my brain is firing in an optimal way. And the other reason I do the ketogenic diet is because I just feel better. So when I discovered this, which is what they call an exogenous ketone product, but you can drink it and it increases your blood's ketone levels. I was blown away. I contacted them, I met them, I invested extremely heavily into their company, and I've become a co-owner of the company accordingly, and they sponsor this show now. So if you want to try this out for yourself, I recommend you try it. Just visit ketone.com/Stephen and you'll get 30% off your first subscription order. You'll also get a free gift with your second shipment. That's ketone.com/Stephen. I did something at 24 years old that has a profound impact on my life. I set myself the challenge of posting every single day on my social media channels. And at the time, I was doing it to grow my following. But it had this profound impact on my life, and two remarkable things happened when I did that. I managed to learn faster because every single day I'm capturing what is happening to me and trying to distill it down into something that I can share with the world. But more remarkably, it led me to building a following of many millions of people, and that's the basis that I used to launch the Diary of a CEO. And that's why I want to tell you about our sponsor today, Adobe Express. They are the platform that I use to make all the posts across my LinkedIn and across my Instagram. It's a couple of clicks, and you don't need to be an expert. And that is why I love using it, because I'm not an expert in graphic design. It's accessible to use for all of us, even if we don't have the technical prowess to design great things. So if you want to start compounding both your reach and your knowledge like I did at 24 years old, then head to adobe.ly/Stephen and get started with Adobe Express. That's adobe.ly/Stephen. What's the one outstanding question, if there is one, that you're desperate to know the answer to?
I don't live life that way.
Really?
Yeah, and it's a sensible question that you're asking me. I don't want to diminish the sensibility of it, but I want to say that that's not how I view the world. The world is not just the one question I need answered. The world is, what do I need to learn so that I'm standing in a place I can yet imagine, asking a question I have yet to think of. In other words, as the area of our knowledge grows, so too does the perimeter of our ignorance. And so you say, what, one question? No, there'll be a bunch of questions. The area grows some more. I'm standing in a new place. Now there's a question I didn't even think could be asked before, and that's the question that matters there and then. But then there's another question later on as this frontier continues to advance. So I don't think about the one question or the two questions that matter. I think about questions yet to be dreamt of, that we don't even see because we haven't taken the frontier to that vista yet. And so, yeah, some of it that's unknowable, but I kind of like that. There's the German poet Rainer Maria Rilke. One of the poems, I don't remember all the lines, but the one that matters to me most is, learn to love the questions themselves. You try to find answers, and I'm trying to find the questions.
Learn to love the questions themselves. This kind of brings me back to the top of the conversation where I was talking about I've got a lot more questions these days.
It's good. Love it.
Sometimes it's difficult.
And not all questions can be answered given the state of knowledge. Some questions are illegitimate questions. Not all questions are legit questions. For example, at what temperature does the number 7 melt? What kind of cheese is the moon made out of? These are, just because the nouns and verbs are lined up and there's a question mark doesn't mean that. And by the way, when you're facing the unknown, you don't know if your question later on would look that ridiculous. What separates the great scientists from the average scientist is that they cued into what questions to ask.
Do you think we hurt ourselves by asking these invalid questions?
No. You don't know if it's invalid.
Like
I know the moon is not made out of cheese today. I know that because we've been there. We brought back moon rocks. So today that question is invalid. But if you never imagined ever going to the moon and you don't know anything about physics or rocks, and you look up and it looks like a hunk of cheese you're eating, it's a completely legit question.
there is a bit of a conversation raging in my friendship circle at the moment about religion and meaning and what's the point. Should we be arguing about these things? About meaning, religion? Is there any better
I think
thing?
meaning is a very personal thing to people. So why should you jump in the middle of their attempt to establish meaning in their life? We're all very different people. And so meaning ought to be different. the meaning was the same for everyone. You just publish it, everyone reads it, and we all have meaning. No, you gotta make it yourself. Some people want to search for it, fine. I don't have a problem with that. I'm not searching for meaning. I'm creating meaning in my life because I can control that. Not that it's important to control everything. You know, I like magic as an adult because it reminds me I can still be fooled. Okay? That's so I don't need to know everything. I just need to maintain curiosity.
You've got kids.
Yeah.
So
29 and 25.
is that the most meaningful thing you've done in your life?
Raising kids?
Yeah.
It's among the more meaningful things. I would say they did a lot of their own raising because they're highly independent, and so there's a limit to how much I should take credit for who and what they have become. There are a lot of what they did themselves. But my wife, who's a scientist, she's a mathematical physicist. We made sure that both our kids were scientifically literate at an early age. By age 13, certified. So at that point, I said, I don't care what grades you get from now on. I don't care. I know no one will exploit you for your lack of curiosity and knowledge about the objective universe. And you know, we'd be at a dinner party, and they're in middle school, right? And someone says, "Oh, I had a bad day because Mercury was in retrograde," and my son would say, "What actually happened to you today? Has that happened on days when it was?" They know how to ask questions. Okay. By the way, if you just reject what someone says outright, that's as intellectually lazy as it is to accept what they say outright. What's harder, but I think more fun, is lining up a series of questions to probe the statement, to explore what is going on in the thoughts and in the claims of the person with whom you're conversing. So if someone says, I have these crystals and rub them together and it'll heal you, my kids would say, what are the crystals made of? And what tests have you made for this? And could the healing have been explained in another way? And in what way are the and they start asking these questions, and then the person would probably just walk away because they would not have the answers to all of them. And then, you know, remember I said if an argument lasts more than 5 minutes, then both sides are wrong. The person, there's no place for that to go. To the truly curious person. Here's another interesting fact. Crystals represent the lowest energy state of the atomic or molecular configuration that is comprised. The lowest energy state. So people say, I have crystal energy. No, you don't. You have the lowest energy state of that silicon dioxide that you're calling quartz. There's no energy you're going to take out of it. It is in its lowest energy state. These are people who have never had chemistry. And as an educator, I don't want to make fun of this, but when people think they know something and are audacious about it when in fact they don't, that makes it much harder for an educator to break through.
Horoscopes.
Yeah.
Well, I've got some stats for you here,
Sure.
Neil. Surveys find that roughly 80% of Gen Z believe in astrology to some degree. 72% of those Gen Z and millennials allow astrology to influence major life decisions like romance, health, work, and education. And many Gen Zs now are checking their horoscopes weekly.
Yeah, we live in a free country, so I'm not going to try to stop them. What would be sad is if that number got to 100%, and then you wouldn't be generating scientists or engineers or people who the objective truths of the world matter. And then the civilization just goes back to the cave, where everything that happened in the natural world was mysterious, created by forces beyond our knowledge and understanding. And this is the title of one of Carl Sagan's books, The Demon Haunted World. Science as a candle in the dark. That was the subtitle of that book. So if you want to think you're not in control of your fate because the sun, moon, and planets are, it's like I said, it's a free country.
Is there anything that you've learned that the universe does to influence us?
Yeah, the sun rises and I wake up because I want to be awake during the day. Yes.
That people aren't
Yeah, the tide comes in and I move my beach chair back because the tide came in. Yeah, there are things that influence my behavior. Yes. But it's not much more than that. Earth is tipped on its axis, so we have seasons. I buy coats and wear them in the winter. That influences my behavior.
What's your star sign?
Well, I once had someone take a class of mine at the Hayden Planetarium that I taught on astrophysics. And at the end, she, like the second to last class, she came and said, "Oh, thank you, thanks for the class. I'm enjoying the class. I want you to know I'm an astrologer. I'm taking the class so I can cast horoscopes better." So I said, "It's really working for you?" She said, yeah. She said, "For example, what's your horoscope sign?" And I said, "Shouldn't you be able to figure that out?" If all this works, and you cast horoscopes, you ought to tell me what my sign is. So, okay. She said, "Are you Gemini?" I said, "No." "No." "Cancer?" I said, "No." It must be Leo." I said, "No." 8 horoscopes later, she gets the correct answer and said, "I knew it." So I'm simply saying that her 9th guess out of 12 was correct, and she declares, "I knew it."
Why do people want to believe in things like this?
I think they want the world to still have mysteries, because mysteries are beautiful things. However, the world still has mysteries. They're just different mysteries from whatever there used to be. And so follow the mysteries where they take you. And there's another branch of all of us who must have answers to every question. Because they're not learning to love the questions, they only want to love the answer. So they say, "What was around before the Big Bang?" I said, "I don't know. We got top people. Something had to be around." I said, "I don't know. Must have been God." So there's their answer. Then they're happy. What happens after death? Well, it looks like you rot in the ground, but otherwise, and that's what, it's got to be something, your soul. I said, there's got to be God, heaven. Okay, that's their answer. You got their answer. And if that's your answer at every turn, you're not as good an investigator of the unknown, because you just invented the answer to the unknown. You're content. What is dark matter? I don't know. We got top people working. Is that the spirit of God? Okay. Then that person won't walk into a lab to continue to study what dark matter and dark energy is. I don't mind if you want to say it's God, but don't let that stop your curiosity. But if you say it's God and then you're done, then you're not very useful in the lab.
Those people seem to be happier and healthier, though, which is the surprising thing. Religious people.
Well, again, so it could be because they believe there's a God that tells them who to sleep with and where to eat and how to pray, or because they have a regular dose of community. I don't know that those are completely separable variables. There are people who they love and care about that they see every week, which is not happening with so many people today.
Do you think you would be happier if you believed in God?
I'm a pretty happy guy.
Do you think you'd be happier?
I don't know. I've seen very happy people in celebrating their version of God. But then there are other people who are really happy in their version of God. And here's the problem. Deeply religious people typically find other religions. Deeply religious people will declare for themselves and others in that religion that all the other religions are false. False. And if not false, just make preposterous claims. It is so obvious to them how false all the other religions are. Now you go to this religion. It is obvious how preposterous the rest of the religions are. You go around religion to religion. And so what's really going on here is devout people in so many of these religions are atheists to every religion but their own. Every religion but their own. Okay? How can a mountain have moved to Muhammad? That can't be. Okay. Oh, but yes, the creator of the universe impregnated a woman in the Middle East 2,000 years ago. That's more believable than anything in the Quran for this person. Okay? And then the Jews, he's saying, Jesus is the Son of God? Were you crazy? Where'd you get that from? He's a good Jew, nice prophet, but son of God, you're going too far. So everybody's saying what's not true. So they're atheists for every other, they just don't believe any other religion. Whereas an actual atheist just has one more religion to that category. It's your religion. The atheist agrees with you that all the other religions are preposterous in their claims. But they also think your religion is preposterous. And people don't accept that. It doesn't land well. So I don't have any problems with people being religious. I don't have any issues with that. I don't try to impose other people try to do it. I've seen them do this. I have a quote where I'm misquoted just because they want me on their side. Okay, you ready? It's a simple quote. If every time I tell you science doesn't understand it, you say, well, God must be that. God made the universe because God made life because we don't know how to make life yet. If that is your definition and understanding of God, then as science progresses, it will solve these questions, pushing the God back outward to places that have yet to be discovered. And so the quote is, if to you God is where science has yet to tread, then God is an ever receding pocket of scientific ignorance. That references what philosophers have called God of the gaps. It goes way back, thousands of years. If we don't understand it, there's a God. The storm is Poseidon. Okay? Lightning bolt struck, it's Zeus. Right? That's God of the gaps. God of the gaps is a time-honored exercise in human civilization. All I'm saying is that statement is objectively true because it's an if statement. If to you God is where science has yet to tread, then as science continues to tread, you're a shrinking pocket of scientific. That's your God. Okay? It's not an opinion. It's a statement of an if statement. The consequences of an if statement. I've had people take the second half and put it on a t-shirt. God is an ever receding pocket of scientific ignorance. Neil deGrasse Tyson. That's not what I said. That's half of what I said. And that's only true if to you, God is where science has yet to tread. But to pull that out and make that the truth? No. I would never make such a statement. Ever.
You're 66, right?
Hang on. I will be 67 in a month.
Okay, so you're
A month from this recording.
So I'm 33.
Okay. Half my age.
Exactly half. I was wondering, you're a very wise man. What is the advice that you wish someone had said to you at 33 that you could give to me now?
I have no such advice, and I'll tell you why. If you're alert and you're smart, alert meaning you notice things, and you're smart, and you learn, living life itself is the lesson. So a version of what you just asked is, given what you know today, what would you tell yourself if you met yourself when you were 15, 20, 25, 30, whatever? And I said, I wouldn't tell them anything. Because if I gave a bit of wisdom, I said, you're about to do that, but don't do that. Okay? There's no better lesson than doing something and learning that you shouldn't do it. That's the best lesson. We don't live life because there's a list of things that other people said don't do. You're going to explore your life. That's what you're going to do. And some things are great, and some things you don't want to do again, some things you're bad. That's where the wisdom comes from. You earn it. It's the strongest kind of wisdom you can have, provided you learn from a mistake. If you're just an idiot and you just keep making the mistake, my advice for you is don't make the same mistake twice. But you don't need me for that. So you'll make a decision about this podcast or some business decision. And no, it didn't turn out right. Here's a better example. This is a very American kind of story I'm about to tell. Immigrant comes over, back when that was a thing you could do, comes to the United States, and they work hard, very hard working. They first sweep the street in front of a storefront, and then they're in the store and they learn the trade. And then the owner dies and they take over the trade. And they're working hard and they're scrapping and then he buys the adjacent store and they build the thing and then he moves and he lives in a big house and he has kids. Okay? And he says to himself, when I was your age, I had to like scrounge for food and I had to like sweep things. And I want to make sure my kids don't have to do that. I want to make sure they don't have to do that. Okay? So you provide things for them so they don't have to do this. And now they grow up and they're adults and they're deadbeats. They have no motivation. They have no ambition. They have no vision statement because everything got handed to them. And what does the adult say to the kids? Where did I go wrong? I gave you everything I didn't have. That's where they went wrong. Because they gave the kids everything he didn't have. And what made that person was what they struggled with, the decisions they had to make, the decisions they got right, the decisions they got wrong, who they met, how they treated people. This is life experience. And it doesn't come on a bumper sticker. It doesn't come on a, what's the secret? It's like going to someone's home and one of the hosts is actually a trained chef, right? And maybe worked in a restaurant. And they prepared this exquisite meal. And you said, this is delicious. What's your secret? Oh, the secret? I went to chef school for 6 years. That's the secret. You're thinking this is one sentence I could tell you and then that'll make everything better. No. Just stay alert, learn new stuff every day, and learn from your mistakes, because those lessons are greater than someone just telling you to not do it. Then you have no such life experience to build into the wisdom that you want to acquire in the years to come.
My last question for you is, I hear it.
I didn't think you'd ever have a last question.
No, yeah, I mean for now, I should say. My last question for now. But my last question for now, and I kind of hear it in between some of the things you say, is, and I've just moved here, so I've just moved to Los Angeles. How do you feel about America right now?
Well, it's a free country and we vote in our leaders. And right now there's a whole set of people in charge that are doing different things from what had happened in previous years, previous leaderships, even previous leaders of that same political party. What's going on is very different from anything that I think people would have predicted. A lot of people like complaining about leadership, but we live in a country where we choose our leaders. So we're going to complain about the leadership. You should be complaining about the people, about the electorate. I'm an educator. I've never complained about politicians. They represent people. I was once in the Rayburn office building, Washington, D.C., in the Science Committee's room, beautifully decorated with science art and sculptures and things. One of the members of the Science Committee back then was a young Earth creationist. Young Earth creationist. Universe created in 6 days, Earth created in 6,000 years. At most 10,000 years. And I knew he was going to be there. And I thought to myself, do I grab him by the lapels and say, what do you think? You're on the Science Committee. And I thought, no. If he thinks that, presumably, so does his electorate. They voted him in. And this electorate of fellow citizens, as am I in this country. So I can't indict him. Let me go have a conversation with the folks who voted for him. And say, why do you think this? And we consider this. And that's my duty as an educator, not to hit anybody on the head who's in Washington.
So we blame the educators and the media people, like, people like me that...
No, that's... The blame game is... I don't feel that way. My parents, when they showed us the images of the dogs and the war hoses on the protesters in the South, American South, they were never bitter. They said, these people don't know any better. They don't know any different. You have to talk to them. You know, teach them. That's very different from saying, holding up your fist, saying, I'm going to fight them because they're my enemy. It's, I want to teach them because they're my fellow citizens. And that's how I feel. So my worry is that there are decisions made that are not in the best interest of the people who voted for those decisions. The longer term implications are, could be devastating. If you cut basic science feeds engineering, engineering feeds economies. And so if you don't think basic science matters because you don't either understand the title of the research or the scientist didn't communicate it interestingly enough, whatever, and you say, this is a waste of money, take it all out, let's just do the engineering, you'll be ossified in place.
And is that what's happened?
We are on the brink of that happening right now. That's correct.
The average person has no idea about this.
I've tried to, illuminate the public about it. It's easy to say that basic science doesn't matter, or can't matter, or will never matter, because we don't know yet. Right now is the centennial decade, looking back to the 1920s, where quantum physics was developed. If you were around back then, what would you have said? Why are you studying atoms? You can't even see atoms. Don't waste your time. You're a brilliant person. Go work on this other problem that we have in society. And it would take decades. But the information technology revolution has as its core the creation, storage, and retrieval of digital information that can only happen with the exploitation of the quantum. So this decade of science, physics that was discovered, by the 1950s, it was like, whoa, this is some important physics here. No one would have known that at the time. Why? Let me keep going. It was an 1876 Philadelphia Expo. Alexander Graham Bell showcases his new contraption, the telephone. And people say, wow, this is kind of cool. You should read what people wrote about it. This is a great invention. I can imagine there might be one in every city in the future. In this book, that one, yeah. There's a whole chapter called Science and Technology, where I chronicle how people think about the technology of their day and how they always get it wrong when they predict the future. Because foundational science comes in at the bottom, and you don't see that coming. And it gurgles its way up. Clever engineers apply it. And then you have an iPad.
Neil, thank you so much.
Well, thanks for having me back. This is our second time together.
It is.
You bought out the bookstore here? What'd you do?
Yes, we wanted to come prepared. I mean, you write the most incredible books, and you talk in the most incredible ways. I said this to you last time, but you're one of the most incredible storytellers I've ever heard. You make something which is, I really didn't have a huge amount of interest in school, suddenly interesting to us as adults, which is a remarkable thing. So thank you for doing what you do. We do have a closing tradition where the last guest leaves a question for the next guest.
Oh, is that right?
Yes.
Okay.
And they don't know who they're leaving it for. The question left for you is, how good are you at knowing what you will regret? And is there anything you do regret?
Yeah, I think regrets are things that you only realize when it's too late. Otherwise, you would have preempted it and not have to regret it. So, I don't know that I'm any better than anyone else at it. Because if you're good at it, you'll never be in a position to have to do something that you would regret. The fact is, you went past something that you did and said, damn, I shouldn't have done that. I gotta regret that. So, to be good at knowing in advance that you're going to regret something, that's almost an impossible scenario. If I'm good at seeing it, then I would never have to regret anything because I would have preempted it. So for all of us, the fact that we have regrets is we moved past something that we did. It was like, damn, I regret that. after the fact.
Do you have any regrets?
I was in college. I majored in physics, and I think I was a junior. There were students that came in from other schools for a summer program. Okay, high school seniors, I think they were. They might have been freshmen in their college, but I think they were high school students. And I was not a mentor, but I would guide them in these research projects. Then at the end, we had to write an evaluation of them. And there's one student, I wrote an evaluation that was accurate, but unnecessary. I said, he pretends he knows things that he doesn't, and he's thinking this, and I didn't yet know how to speak encouragingly about someone, separate from just speaking factually about someone. So, is that an art? Is it a science to do that? I don't know, but I know I didn't have it at the time. I just simply described what I saw. And I said, this is not going to work. It was very deflating to him. Mm-hmm. And considering that at the time I'm majoring in physics at Harvard, he's coming from some high school somewhere, and I'm a Harvard student telling him that, he ain't shit. And I should not have done that.
Did he contact you later?
No. He might have taken off another field. I don't know. But so I regret that. But it would take me 4 years to even realize that that was a regrettable thing, because I didn't know how to, as an educator, you want to encourage people. You see where the weaknesses are and figure out ways to have that person eradicate them, improve upon them, rather than just say, this is not working, go home.
Why?
So I regret that. And that's probably the thing I regret most in life.
Really?
Yeah. Because it was, who knows what consequences that has on that person's life.
And you remembered that?
Oh, yes. Oh, my gosh. Yes.
How do you remember that? Because you write it down in his report card about the risk assessment. Time goes on. Does something happen for you to think back to what you wrote?
Well, I've written many letters of reference for people, more than I can count.
Mm-hmm.
So I think every time I write a letter of reference, I think about how I could have written that letter back then. That's a regret. And I live with that.
I can see you live with it.
Yeah. So I think I've made up for it. It doesn't how many people, and there are other people who needed help. And so you find out how they can improve it and advise on that so that everybody lifts up. That's how you make a better world.
And it goes back to what you said at the start you wanted on your tombstone, which is certainly something you've already done in droves. More so than I think anybody.
So you tell me I can die now? Is that what you just said that?
Well, you can go on holiday.
Oh, yeah.
It's up to you. But thank you so much for being who you are. You're a huge inspiration to me. I know Jack is a mega fan of yours as well, and loves your work. And you're both the reason that I let go of my religious belief at 18 years old. And I
Don't blame me for that. I don't want you to lose your religion.
I didn't
because of me.
But I just said this. I let go of my religious belief at 18 years old, and I became an atheist agnostic. Then I became really agnostic. But then I kind of fell in love with the universe. And I fell in love with the universe because of you. And because of Cosmos, which is one of my favorite things ever to watch. And I found all the curiosity and awe and magic that I needed to find by reading your work and watching the wonderful movies that you've made. So thank you so much for it.
Well, the universe is a rich repository of spiritual fulfillment.
Yeah.
If I may.
Yes, to say the least. Yeah. Wow. And your book is exactly that. I highly recommend everybody goes and checks it out. It's out on, I think it's the 21st of October.
Oh, yeah. The next installment in Berlin. Yeah, in October. Yeah.
I'll link it on the screen.
Oh, thank you.
Link it
Thank
below.
you.
Highly recommend
It's all just visiting this planet. So I lied before. I can give you some advice.
Please.
See?
Yeah.
This is 67-year-old advice.
Yeah.
At no time should you overvalue your own thoughts. you should allow yourself to be humbled daily with new ideas that challenge any or everything that you currently think. That's wisdom, I think.
How do I know who I am if I don't hang on to it?
Maybe you only are who you are on your deathbed, because then you would have completed your life. You're still you're work in progress. You're 33, so last year, when you were 31, you would have lived your billionth second. Okay, and if you lead a healthy life, you should get 3 billion seconds out of it. You get to 93, at least that. So time passes. If you learn something new every day that forces extra context for extra perspective, new perspective on whatever you knew yesterday, you have to stay open to that. And I read old science books because I watch people's confidence that they had in what they thought they knew. It can be embarrassing in some cases. And it's very humbling to look back at people writing about their own work. There's a book from 1899, the guy said, on the sun, and it says, "We've learned so much about the sun in the last 3 years, I had to up the edition of the book I wrote 3 years ago." And I'm saying, you don't know shit about the sun. Okay? In 1899. But he's feeling it. He's feeling that joy. And so it keeps me humble on the frontier, on this perimeter of ignorance. There's way more to discover than anything you've already learned.
Maybe that's the antidote medicine that society needs right now too.
I think so, because everybody is running things thinking they know better than everybody else.
A red mask dancing in the flames. Is it a demon, a devil, or a god? A mysterious fire festival dating back countless generations. Viewed through the lens of Polish cinematographer Andrzej Ruz. The Shakotan Peninsula in Hokkaido, where the color of the sea is so vivid, it's known as Shakotan blue. On this edition of Journeys in Japan, Andrzej captures the stunning natural beauty of a northern fishing town and the power of its traditional fire festival. Roughly 800 kilometers north of Tokyo, the Shakotan Peninsula lies in the west of Hokkaido.
the festival. Let's see what's there.
Andrzej Roods is from Poland and has lived in Japan 7 years.
I do commercials mostly, but once or twice a year, I come to make some personal projects like that. I found this very, important for my job. I can keep myself, passionate about. And I always can find something that is interesting and connect with the culture, connect with the people as well. So, yeah, hopefully I can get some interesting footage from it.
In the Ainu language, Shakotan means summer village. The sea here is such a vivid color. This shade is often called Shakotan blue. Local fisherman Kashiwazaki Yuki also operates boat tours for visitors. The rugged, craggy landscape was formed over the ages by wave erosion and the powerful forces of nature.
Wow, it's so clear. Water is so clean. Very beautiful, almost like a tropical island, but it's not. It's really beautiful.
この岩ってここら辺の海を守ってくれてる神様になります。
Totally, it looks like someone standing there just protecting. So local people come here to pray as well, like a fisherman, or
安全航海大漁祈願、はい、常にですね、漁をしてても、やっぱその時の取る魚って運じゃないですか。はい、そういうことも込めてなんですよね。神頼めっていうのは。
すごい。ありがとうございます。Wow, that's really impressive. Yeah, seriously, I saw many places in Japan, but this one is truly unique. think some places shouldn't be discovered, should stay hidden from us. I think this is one of the places. Because now when I see, I want to shoot some commercial. So this is where the fire festival will be.
Established 300 years ago, Bikuni Shrine holds a yearly festival to pray for abundant harvests and bountiful catches. Here, in the shrine precincts, a fire walking ritual takes place.
Whoa, what's up? Pretty cool building. Nice. Shall we check it out?
This was formerly a banya, a lodging for fishermen. Now it serves as a museum where visitors can learn about the life and culture of the fishing community in the old days.
Konnichiwa。見学ですか。うんね。すごい面白い。何ですか。
これあれですか、ニシンバイヤーってね、ニシン漁業に携わるヤイシュって言うんですけどね、そういう姿が江戸丸した、ね、場所なんですから、多い時は50人ぐらいも江戸丸してましたから。
Shakotan prospered thanks to its prodigious herring catches. At its peak, around 1900, the owners of the fishing fleets amassed great wealth, and they built opulent banya and mansions.
ニシン漁でね、栄えた町ですから、歴史的なね、建物とそれを後世にやっぱり伝えていくっていうのは大事だと思いますよ。うん、はい。
Oh, this is a picture of the festival.
こういう漁業の町っていうので、こう神様とかね、そういうものをなんていうんだろう、こう大事にするっていうか、そういうのはありますよね、しきたりは。
Summer in Shakotan is the season for uni, sea urchin.
でもこれもありだと大きい方だと思いますよ。
ウニは動物か植物？動物です。動物。どうします？ここ来ます。このウニ、何がですか？これ黒い下紫ウニで、あっちが取ってるのはエゾバフンウニってちょっと茶色みの、で、あっちの方は濃厚なんですよ。赤くて高くて、もう俺たちも食べれないあっちのウニは。1パック 100g 入って2万円超えてるんで、よく言われるのはあれですよね。このシャコタンのウニは、やっぱりこう山あって、川水が出て、栄養分もあって、冬の海が荒れて、なんだろう、こうやっぱかき混ぜられることによって他の地区より甘くてすごく美味しいっていうのはよく聞きますね。かわいいね。自分たちで商売でウニ取ってるからかわいい。あんまり思うことないよね。大変だ。でも楽しいかもしれない。まあそうですね。全然楽ですよ。他の仕事から比べたらね。I know they're laughing a lot because a lifestyle. What is this? Like a common? Because we didn't met anyone who was like angry or students really have time and really discussion.
Shakotan's fertile waters are nourished by the lush forests on the peninsula, which is mostly covered by woodland.
As I went down in the river to pray, studying about that good old way, and good old way, the starry crown, good Lord, show me the way. Oh, sisters, let's go down, come on down.
Nara Wataru leads outdoor tours of Shakotan. Today's the day of the Bikuni Shrine Grand Festival.
やっぱり清めの市だから、そういう点と普通に消してるから、毎年焼けてますよ。おそらく我々が子供の頃からの物覚えていた頃からもう自然にはそれが自分も大きくなったらそういう心情のみと伝わっていくんだろうね、自然と。
Leading the procession is Sarutahiko, the long-nosed, red-faced deity of guidance and protector of travelers. He's followed by the Mikoshi, portable shrines that carry the deity of Bikuni Shrine. No one is allowed to cross in front of the procession. Anyone who disrespects this is admonished and must be purified. The Mikoshi are carried right into the sea. A procession of boats then carries the Mikoshi around the bay. This is a ritual practiced in many fishing villages to pray for safe sailing and bountiful catches. Now it is time for Sarutahiko to enter the fire, to burn away the sins and impurities of the past year. Make the flames bigger, add more fuel. That is Sarutahiko's command.
Shakotan trip came to the end, right? It was a very intense trip in many ways. But I think that's a good thing when you travel. You can remember and learn something from it. Everything that I encountered from Fire Festival to people, especially, that's really something that will stick in my mind and my heart for a long time. How they treat themselves, their lives, what they do, everything that they do, fill up with joy and just respect. I think this is what I want to take out from this place. So, Shakotan, arigato gozaimasu.
From Tokyo, flights take 19 minutes to New Chitose Airport. From there to Shakotan, it takes another 2.5 hours by train and bus.
There's a town in Tokyo with a deep connection to beer. It developed alongside a brewery and even takes its name from a beer brand.
Wow, this is my kind of beer, man.
This is Ebisu.
Beer mugs, look at that. There goes all the way down the street, way down there too.
A hub of beer culture.
工場を作ったら結局周りに社宅があったり、その人のための商店があったり、どんどん街ができてるんですね。ですからまるで城下町みたい。
Now it's a popular area visited by 200,000 people a day. But there's still plenty of old school charm. And community efforts that are brewing up excitement. Dive in Tokyo. Today we explore Ebisu, a town made famous by beer. Ebisu is located on the west side of the Yamanote Loop line, one stop away from Shibuya Station.
Hello folks, my name is George Koppel, and today we're exploring a town called Ebisu. It's right near. I used to hang out here when I was young. A lot of great restaurants, fancy and old, alright, and beer. Everybody knows that Ebisu is a beer town, so we're going to explore that and see why it is. Here we go, Ebisu.
Throughout my career as a radio DJ, I'd often come to this neighborhood for work. Every day, 200,000 people come here for work and for leisure. With many offices around town, there's a steady flow of traffic throughout the day and into the night.
Yep, and this is it, man. Back in the 90s, this was a really happening night spot. Very good club with all these movie stars and rock stars. Cultural people, you know what I mean? I used to hang out here because I had an office right up the street. Coming home from the office, I walk right by here. We just sucked me right in there. Yeah, that was everything in the 90s, man. Cool. Well, look at that. Look. Beer mug. Wow. Man, Ebisu is a beer town. Makes you want to go out and get a pint or two, huh? And it goes all the way down the street, way down there, too.
At night, the beer mugs are lit up, bathing the town in a warm glow. So how did Ebisu become a beer town?
Hey, look at here. It says beer factory. I wonder what that is. Now let's go find out where this beer factory is. Hello?
どうもこんにちは。
こんにちは。
ビール研究家の橋田でございます。よろしくお願いします。
お願いします。長近くです。お願いします。
Hashida Akira worked at a beer company for many years. Now retired, he's been researching beer culture and has written a number of books on the subject. He's a true blue beer lover.
さっきね、こう来るときに、
はい
プレートがあったんですけど、
はいはい
ビール工場って書いてあったんですけど、
この辺り一帯はですね、昔はビール工場だったんですね。130年ぐらい前から。
The brewery opened in 1889 and operated until 1988, just short of a century. It occupied a vast plot of land nearly 100,000 square meters big. Today, the site is home to a multi-use complex.
で、僕って今この面白いものの前に立ってるんですけど、
はい。
これ実際何なんですか？
これは兜煙突と言いましてね、大正時代にビールの工場で実際に使われていたものです。
The name kabuto comes from the shape, which resembles a knight's helmet. They were used to vent the hot air produced when drying the malt. The distinct design serves a purpose.
熱風がちょっと匂うんで、風によって方向を変えることで、できるだけ遠くへ飛ばしたい。
これじゃそうやってぐるぐる回るんですね。
そうです。風の向きによって、風緑みたいに回るような風になっています。
なぜこの恵比寿でこういうビールを作るようになったんですか？
三田用水というのが流れていて、でそれがビールを作る水として、使えた。
Over 150 years ago, this was an area of farmland on the outskirts of Edo, that is, Old Tokyo. The Mita Aqueduct supported agriculture, and the availability of water and ample land made this the ideal location for a brewery.
人住んでなかったですね、これ。
そうです。これはあんまり住んでなかった。
今想像できないですね。
今はもうね、この周りはもう大変な賑わいですからね。
人間街になってた。
Ashida takes us to a sacred spot on the old brewery grounds. This is Ebisu Shrine, dedicated to Ebisu, the deity of business, who's been worshipped in Japan since ancient times.
恵比寿神社とこの恵比寿ビールのどんな関係あるんですか？
はい。1893年に総本社である兵庫県西宮の神社からここへ分社してもらったんです。
そうなんですね。
それを考えたのがその馬越恭平という当時の社長で、この人大変なアイデアマンで、やっぱり恵比寿をブランドにするためにはこういう神社も持った方がいいだろうというふうに考えたんですね。
Makoshi Kyohei was a former trading company executive who assumed the reins of a then struggling beer company and made it profitable in just 1 year. He led Japan's beer industry for over 4 decades and was dubbed the King of Beer. Once sales started taking off, a nearby slope used by the company's horse-drawn delivery wagons came to be called Beer Hill. That name is still used by locals today. As the volume of shipments increased, Makoshi shifted away from reliance on horse-drawn wagons.
先ほどの馬越恭平が鉄道会社に土地をあげて、でそこに恵比寿のビールを出荷するための専用駅する。でビールだけしか運ばないから、恵比寿停車場っていう名前になった。
The freight station, opened in 1901, was soon followed by an adjacent passenger station. The surrounding area then came to be called Ebisu.
恵比 ビスの輸液は実はビールから来てる。
ビールから来たら考えて他にないですよね。
そうです。町が
そうですよね。
町を作ったのがその名越恭平というビールキングだ。
Next, I head to a major thoroughfare in front of Ebisu Station. Businesses have lined the area for over 100 years, evolving over time and officially forming a shopping street about 60 years ago.
Hello.
こんにちは。
ジョージです。よろしくお願いします。
よろしくお願いします。
Takahashi Kenji runs a community website where he's been promoting local news stories and events for nearly 15 years.
なんで恵比寿大好きになったんですか？
僕奈良出身なんですけど、東京に出てきて、この町に住み始めて、本当この町の人たちってもう本当下町でめちゃくちゃ面白い人たちがたくさんいて、本当ね距離が近いんですよ、みんな恵比寿の人たちってフレンドリーな人が多くて。
He offers to take me to some of his favorite local spots. First up is a camera store.
これですね。
カメラ屋さん。
レトロじゃないですかこれ。
お邪魔します。
ジョージです。
大沢です。
Osawa-san's grandfather opened his camera store here in Ebisu in 1940, before Japan entered World War II. Vintage film cameras line the shelves, and old neighborhood photos adorn the walls.
こういう写真誰が撮ったんだよね
これはね、おじいさんが撮ってます。
撮ってる。
はい。これは1964年の時の東京オリンピックの時の聖火ランナーの写真ですね。
これってなんでこれ英語にエビスキャンプって書いてあるじゃないですか。
そう近くに、オーストラリアの軍が駐留してて、それはオキパイトジャパンの時ですね。
After the war, Allied forces seized many military bases and other facilities in Tokyo. British Commonwealth troops, mainly from Australia, were stationed in Ebisu between 1945 and 1956.
これ2年つってんですよ。
軍事だ、本当だ。
お客さんは日本人の方よりもそういう軍の方が当時は多かったみたいで、それで看板とかにこう英語が。
Here's a couple photos taken by Australian servicemen. Japanese staff employed at Ebisu camp would be invited to parties, and children got to experience Christmas celebrations. Who knows, maybe these were taken with film from this store. Osawa-san says that with the increase in inbound visitors, 70% of their customers today are from overseas. They come to buy used cameras and get their film developed. These postcards, taken by a Canadian living in Japan, are among the store's best sellers. Tourists seem to love how they spotlight a different side of the city. This guy is also popular.
大沢さん作ってるんですよ、トップガイド。
これはね、お客さんも実は作ってるんですよ。
お客さん？
そう、お客さんが自分で作ったやつをここで、委託販売みたいな感じでやってるんですけど、
英語じゃないですか。
そう、外国人向けに作ったやつだ。
This Tokyo travel guide was made by a German living in Japan. Most of the photos were shot on film and developed at this store.
外国人の方にこの店愛されてますけど、地元の方にもやっぱり愛されてますよね。
そうですね、そうですよね、高橋さん。
みんな運動会の写真の現像とか、
それはあるね。
あとは本当もう昔からあるんで、もう街にはなくてはならないカメラのお店ですね。はい。ジョージさん、今から恵比寿の大先輩、大先輩のところにちょっと。
大先輩。ちょっと怖くないかな。
阿部さん、こんにちは。どうも。よろしくお願いします。
Amemiya Takayuki, an Ebisu native, serves as the chair of the station front shopping street.
これ、すごい立派なみこしですね、これ。
A mikoshi is a portable Shinto shrine in which a deity rides during festivals. It's paraded through town to pray for the safety and prosperity of the community. This one was made in 1952. After over 50 years of use, it was officially retired.
その時に下乗り出そうかななんて話もあったんだけど、やっぱり大先輩の皆さんがね、素晴らしい見込みをして、やっぱりこれはダメだよっていうことで、この間直しました。去年1年かけて。
In April 2025, they paraded the restored mikoshi down the streets for the first time in about 20 years, to the delight of the community.
恵比寿の町の市民にとっては、これがちゃんとあるっていうことは。
いやいや、本当、もう象徴みたいなもんですね。もう本当にこれ飾りじゃなくてね、我々の思いですよ、心ですよね。
ね、それがすごい大事だと思いますよ、こういうのが。僕も担ぎたいな。よ
かったら、反転もありますから。
There's a sacred spot that's near and dear to this neighborhood. It's called Ebisu Shrine, just like the one on the old brewery grounds. This shrine was originally at another location under a different name. When it was moved here in 1959, it was rebuilt bigger and more splendidly than before. The community chipped in to provide land and financial support. And like the brewery before them, they received the deity Ebisu from the head branch in Hyogo Prefecture and renamed the shrine.
なんか小さいけど、なんかいいですね、感じが。
まさに地元の人
地
たち
元の
それも重いですよね、だからそれもね、それがこうやって積み重なってここまで来てますんですね。
見通しもそうじゃないですか。
はい、もらいとったんだと思います。
Lastly, Tamahashi-san takes me to the east side of the station, to another local institution.
ここです。恵比寿ストア。
相当レトロの看板ですね。
The Ebisu store opened 70 years ago on the former site of a post-war black market. This kind of old-school shopping center used to be a common sight around central Tokyo, but fewer and fewer remain.
昭和のまま止まってる。
ねえ、俺買った店あるのね。そう。
ここです。
あ、ここ、はい。
コマとこけしのお店の小林さんですね。小林さん、こんにちは。
こんにちは。よろしくお願いします。
The Kobayashi's fondness for collecting wooden toys led them to open this store. The shelves are filled with a variety of traditional kokeshi dolls and spinning tops, including some unusual ones.
これは手でこう5種類あるんですよ。これ山が富士山。
真ん中ちょっと富士山見えた。
そう見えました。
見えます。
Spin this top and you can see Mount Fuji. This setup here resembles flowers in a vase.
不思議ですね、これね。これ借りないしね。
借りないそうです。
These are called beigoma, traditional tops made of iron. Kobayashi-san says growing up, all the kids played with these.
僕はね、一回ね、小林さんに教えていただいてから。
お、すごいね、綺麗に。
The object of the game is to be the last one standing. The Kobayashis love to share the joy of wooden toys with kids at local events and schools.
恵比寿の人情 といえば、もうこの2人ですよ。この2人が町のことをずっとやってくださってるんで、これは紹介しないとなっていうところで。
恵比寿の芸術。そうですね。
うるさいおじさんにうるさいおばさんです。
恵比寿はいい町ですよ。一回住んだら離れないね。
Next, I head back to the old site of the beer factory to learn about its recent history.
Wow, this place is big. God, it's so luxurious too. In Japan, you ever see space like this? You can really relax here. You know, I used to see an old factory here years ago, but it's all gone and they made it into beautiful.
This site underwent large-scale redevelopment in 1994, being reborn as a mixed-use complex with offices, housing, restaurants, shopping, a museum, and more. Despite the central location, the 100,000 square meter grounds feel open and spacious.
Hello. はじめまして、ジョージ・カックルです。よろしくお願いします。
松下です。よろしくお願いします。
そもそもなぜここがね、都市開発になったんですか？
もともとビールの輸送は鉄道で輸送してたんですけど、それがトラック輸送に変わると、周辺の道路がですね、狭いっていうこともあって、物流上の問題がありました。
The Tokyo government had also been eyeing redevelopment, so they decided to work together.
覚えてるんですけど、ここをオープンした時にすごい話題になってましたよね。
そうですね。オープンした初日は歩道橋を渡って駅の方までがつながってたんですね。
そうなんですか。
Amid the fanfare, 150,000 people showed up on opening day. And since then, the complex has welcomed some 12 million visitors a year.
この広大な敷地を、我が社一社で開発できたことで、コンセプトとかデザインを統一できた。それもやっぱり100年間こちらでビールを作ってきたものづくりのこだわりっていうのがこの街づくりにも受け継がれているんだと思ってます。
The opening of this complex boosted Ebisu's reputation and reinvigorated the entire town.
恵比寿の地名が全国区になったので、初めて恵比寿に来られた方も結構多かったんだと思いますね。
そうですよね。いや、お客さんを吸い取るんじゃなくて、一緒にシェアしてるってことですよね。
そうですね。
The complex is home to a photography museum run by the Tokyo government. Among the works in their permanent collection are images of the old brewery.
こんにちは、ジョージ・カークルです。
はい、こんにちは。写真美術館の石田哲郎と言います。
The photos, taken in 1990, were featured in an exhibition they held last year. They showed the demolition of the beer factory. The photographer, Miyamoto Ryuji, is known for his images of architectural ruins.
この宮本さんがこのビール工場をすぐ目の前にですね、当時お住まいだったらしくて、
毎日見てたんですね。
毎日そうですね、ビール工場の様子を見ていて、でそこでですね、このビール窯を捉えて、でそれがビール工場を壊すという時になってですね、写真を撮ったというそういう作品になります。
切ないですね。
ですね。
なんかこういう寂しいですよね、見てると。
はい。
It turns out that the old apparatus has been quietly preserved on this site.
こんにちは。
こんにちは。
ジョージです。よろしくお願いします。
ようこそお越しいただきました。
In 2024, a brewery opened and produced beer on the grounds for the first time in 35 years. In the basement is a space that's off limits to the public.
Special room.
そうですね。どうぞ。はい。
うわー、すごいここ。
はい。
This is where workers learn to pour the perfect draft beer.
これ、この釜も、はい、古いんですよね、これ。
そうですね。大正10年から昭和の62年まで使っていた釜ですね。で、これは東京写真美術館さんにある宮本さんという写真家さんの方も撮っていただいたことがあって、その方が写した写真の、釜
見ましたよ、その写真。建物が半分壊れてて、
そうですね。
壊してる時の写真ですよね。
そうですね。
これなんですよ。でも写真の中でちっちゃく見えたんだけど、この大きいんだね。
大きいんですね。
Although the old factory is no more, it's impressive how much they cherish this link to their brewing past. Ebisu is truly the town that beer made, and that heritage continues to bind the community together. My last stop is one of my favorite haunts.
Hello?
ジョージ
いるの？
いらっしゃい。
お前ビール飲みに来てんでしょ。
ジョージが来てくれたよ。
Yukie-san is an old friend. I've been coming to her place for close to 20 years. She's been working in Ebisu for almost 3 decades. And she pours a mean beer. Takai-san is also a regular here. Yukie-san, Takashi-san, and their friends start a community group called Awa Ebisu to boost the local beer scene.
お互いにご相談し合う中で、今やっぱりどこの町もそうなんですけど、お祭りがとっても高齢化、運営が高齢化していたりとか、コロナもあってたり、なんか結構厳しい状況で。
So they partnered with a beer company to set up a booth at local festivals and events. 100% of proceeds from beer sales go to the events themselves.
それでうまくいってるんですか、
そうですね、去年はね、2500リッターぐらいのビールを。
ちょっとよくわからない。2500。
そう、だから祭りのためになるんだったら、じゃあ飲もうか。
そういう思いで飲みに来てくれるよね。
それはそうだよね。
One of the staff is also part of the team.
ハワイメスの看板娘です。
ねえ。
なんかビールを注ぐのを一緒にやらせていただいたりとか、お祭りの時と。
僕ら RBS の人たちはビールの継ぎ方を修行してるんです。
あ、そうなの？
そう。だからみんなに最高の状態のものを飲むっていうのが僕ら町の掟です。
ゆきねちゃんもずっとここでやっててさ、この町長くなってでしょ。愛してますよ。
愛してます。地元だと第二の故郷です。
もともとね、135年前からこの町にビールっていうものがあって、でそれが時代を超えて今またそのビールを使ってね、またみんながつながっていくっていうようなことになってきてるんだろうなって、ちょっと時代を超えてる感じが。
もうこう来るためにそういうこと思うようになっちゃったな、僕もね。
そう。だからぜひビールを
つながってるなって。本当に。そうだ。All right, we've been exploring this town called Ebisu. You know, it's the only town where the town's name came from the beer. Yeah, we learned that, didn't we? The town's got this small town feeling. This is kind of rare for a big city like Tokyo to have a little section like Ebisu. And this town has got this big, big connection with the shrine and the beer and the people. The thrill, it's all magic here. And you know, I'm in this bar here, and minasan, come by. Isn't that great?
Since ancient times in Japan, Shinto shrines have been built to worship the deities. They can be found all over Japan. And at those shrines are tori. Tori mark the entrance to shrines, but they also have symbolic meaning. From a tori that stands in the sea, to a tori on Japan's highest peak, Mount Fuji. They come in many colors: red, white, black, and gold. They are more than simple shrine gateways. It's believed that they can grant various wishes, such as good health and safe childbirth. Tori are simple structures with only 2 pillars. For this reason, they often topple during Japan's frequent earthquakes. So, in recent years, stronger materials designed to resist earthquakes and severe weather have been developed. In this episode, we will unravel the history of tori, what they represent to Japanese people, and the cultural relevance hidden in their simple construction.
Hello and welcome to Japanology Plus. I'm Peter Barakan. You can see behind me a small Shinto shrine. It's completely surrounded by tall office buildings and not necessarily immediately noticeable, except for one thing. Normally when there's a Shinto shrine, you'll find a gate-like structure like this, very close to it. It's called a tori in Japanese. This one being this bright orangey red color sticks out very much. In addition to signifying the entrance to a shrine, tori have a number of different meanings attached to them, and that's what we'll be looking into on the program today.
Surrounded by nature, these structures exude a solemn atmosphere. Shrines are a place to worship the deities. Japanese people have venerated the diverse, countless deities of Shinto since ancient times. Tori usually stand at the entrance to these shrines. This is the tori of Itsukushima Shrine in Hiroshima. It stands in the sea. It is 16.6 meters high. This tori isn't floating, and it isn't fixed to the seabed either. The tori stands on its own, relying on its 60-ton weight and sturdy construction. Remarkably, it was created by artisans back in the 12th century. Japan is surrounded by sea and rich fishing grounds. Tori can be seen along the coastline. They were built on the shore and in the water to worship the guardian deities of the sea. Fishermen pray for safety on the waves and bountiful catches. Tori can be found on mountains too. This tori stands before Japan's sacred peak, Mount Fuji, which has been an object of worship since ancient times. You You can sometimes even find tori without shrine buildings. For example, close to natural objects that are considered sacred, such as mountains, waterfalls, great rocks, mighty trees, and other places where the deities dwell. This is Fushimi Inari Daisha in Kyoto. It enshrines the deity of prosperous business. There are also tunnels of tori known as Senbon tori, which means 1,000 tori. These long lines of tori date back a few hundred years. People believed that the deity could grant wishes for business prosperity. As a custom, people whose wishes were fulfilled offered their own tori, creating these long tunnels. Tori can also be found right in the center of Tokyo. This tori stands beneath a tall building. Tokyo's Ginza district is packed with high-end shops, but it is also dotted with small tori. These shrines have been erected to pray for business prosperity and fire prevention. Slip down this narrow side street, and here's a tori. There are various kinds of tori all over Japan, and many are popular with tourists as sightseeing spots.
Hello, Fujimoto-san. Konnichiwa. Nice to see you again. I'm glad to see you. よろしくお願いします。よろしくお願いします。
Our guest this time is Fujimoto Yorio, who last appeared on the show in 2017. Professor Fujimoto teaches traditional Japanese culture focusing on Shinto, while also writing and giving lectures about shrines and Shinto.
Well, here we have a tori, and that tells you there's going to be a shrine somewhere close by.
That's right. Tori are a symbol for shrines. They are an entranceway to the shrine precincts. They are also a boundary and tell us that the deities reside within.
Is there any other function that it has?
People say different things. For example, that tori can remove impurity, or that there are shrines with special ways to pass through the tori. In any case, going through the tori is important.
Okay.
As you go through the tori, you should bow slightly. It's called a U. We should bow gently as we enter.
One day, I noticed somebody coming in through the tori, and they bowed. I thought they were bowing to me at first, and I realized later that it's something that people always do when they go through. So, yeah, okay, let's do it. And there's another one. Why more than one in one shrine?
It depends on the shrine, but sometimes there are first, second, and third tori as you approach the shrine buildings. They tell you that you are gradually approaching the deities of the shrine. It's sort of like a rite of passage. Just like important ceremonies to mark milestones in life, they serve as markers and help you get ready to approach the deities and pray. Japanese people like passing through things. For example, everyone crawls through the hole in the pillar at Todaiji Temple in Nara.
We actually shot a program there once, and I had to go through that hole. It was absolute torture.
In a sense, it's part of Japanese culture to enjoy passing through things. It's as if we pass through to something different, or the next stage.
This one here is made of stone. The initial one coming in was also made of stone. What other materials are used for making tori?
Tori pillars were once made from logs still covered in bark. These were called kurokidori. Nowadays, there are also some made from iron and various other materials too.
So there are no rules about what they need to be made from?
There's no specific rule.
Tori are made from all kinds of materials, from wood to stone. To metal. In the region where ready-to-wear ceramics are produced, there are even tori made from porcelain. The basic shape for a tori is 2 vertical pillars and 2 horizontal beams. So a tori is main parts. Generally, tori are constructed in one of 2 styles. The first is called shinmei tori. Shinmei tori have straight beams. The lower one, which is called the nuki, doesn't stick out from the pillars. The other is myojin tori. Myojin tori have a double-layered top beam that curves up at the ends. The lower nuki beam sticks out from the pillars. Now, let's look at some unique examples.
Here, you'll see an unusual tori.
Oh. Oh. Yeah, that is a little unusual, isn't it?
The main tori has small tori on both sides. It's called a miwadori or mitsudori, meaning triple tori.
Oh. So this is a wooden one that hasn't been painted. And it's got metal decorations on the edges as well.
That's right. Rain tends to enter the ends of the tori, so decorative metal pieces are attached to prevent damage.
And then there are little wedges that have been, the side beams intersect with holes.
To prevent the joint parts from slipping.
So they're not using any nails?
Not a single nail is used. It's quite impressive.
Oh.
There's another tori nearby that Fujimoto wants to show us.
There's another unusual tori here.
Oh.
It's this one.
It's a different shape to the ones we've seen so far.
The mihashira, or 3-pillar tori. 3 tori joined together.
Oh wow, I've never seen one like that. That's... why?
A tori shaped like this signifies that something is here, that this is a truly sacred place.
And was that a well in the middle there?
Yes, the tori is built here because the well has some special significance.
So this one, the one we just saw at Ushijima Jinja, there are always kind of special circumstances when you see these unusual tori.
It's not known exactly why tori shaped like this came into existence, but perhaps because of their unique shape, they were painted by late Edo period ukiyo-e artist Katsushika Hokusai.
Not all tori are shaped the same, and that's what makes them interesting. One shrine isn't limited to one kind either. For example, this shrine has a mihashira tori, but also a normal myojin tori, an inari tori, and a shinmei tori. That makes it both fun and complicated.
It is complicated, I must say.
In any case, tori of whatever form indicate that a deity is present. And the fact that different shapes of tori have developed over time, I think that's significant.
The origins of tori are not fully known. One theory is that they are based on something described in Japanese mythology. Another is that they were introduced from overseas. But whatever their roots, tori were always more than just gateways to shrines. They were built at the entrance to villages, serving as both physical markers and spiritual barriers to evil. However, by the 11th century, Buddhist architecture featuring magnificent two-story gateways was becoming popular. As a result, tori came to be associated only with Shinto shrines, and their form was fixed. Tori had become an essential symbol of Shinto shrines. The materials used to make tori also changed over time. At first, most tori were made of wood, but around the 12th century, stone tori appeared. These stronger tori could resist storms, fires, and other disasters. They looked impressive too. Then, in the 19th century, rapid advances in steel technology enabled the construction of larger structures. Because they could stand up to natural disasters, huge metal tori were built all over Japan. Tori are more than just symbols of shrines. People also use them to have their wishes granted. Awashima Shrine in Fukuoka Prefecture has a famous moon tori with a 30 centimeter by 30 centimeter gap. How did people use this moon tori? By squeezing through the tori, they can receive all kinds of blessings: good connections, protection from evil, fertility, and good health. Koyasu Shrine is part of Isejingu Shrine in Mie Prefecture. People offer mini tori as a prayer for becoming pregnant and for safe childbirth. Mini tori are also found in household shrines, on Mikoshi Festival portable shrines, and other places where the deities are believed to be present. In this way, tori have been a familiar sight in Japan since ancient times. The next stop for Fujimoto and Peter is the fashionable Harajuku district.
I never realized there was so much variety in where and how you come across tori.
People often offer tori after their prayers are answered. They're used in all kinds of ways. Actually, there is an unusual tori around here too.
The street? Yes. I've been up and down the street, God knows how many times. I've never seen a tori.
There really is one. Take a look around.
Where? Ah!
It's here.
Okay, so what is that doing? Don't tell me you have to go under that.
Well, you can't go under that. But if you want to know what tori means to Japanese people, this is one example. It could be to stop people from letting their dogs leave their mark, or to stop people from urinating or littering. It shows that something disrespectful shouldn't be done here. Tori can mean that too.
I wonder how many people even realize that it's there.
If they happen to glance over here, they might see it. This one is small, but there are sometimes large painted ones. It's said that they date back to the Edo period, that they were seen in the streets of Edo. For Japanese people, tori symbolize the deities. They're used because people instinctively understand that they should be treated with respect.
I wonder how effective it's been.
In fact, there was a city that struggled with illegal waste dumping. But when they erected a tori, the dumping actually decreased. It was effective enough for the city to consider expanding their efforts. So I think it does work.
Japan is famously prone to earthquakes. Because they stand on only two pillars, tori often suffer damage. When an earthquake struck the Noto Peninsula in January 2024, more than 60% of the 1,800 shrines in Ishikawa Prefecture suffered damage, including the collapse of tori and buildings. When heavy tori topple, they can endanger both people and buildings. So there's an urgent need to make tori safer during earthquakes.
Well, I could see one over there.
That's the tori of Konno Hachimangu Shrine, which is quite tall at over 10 meters. It is made of a weather-resistant steel that is extremely durable. In recent years, the number of tori like this has increased a lot. They are said to last 100 years or 200 years, some even 1,000 years.
Japan has probably more earthquakes than most of the other countries in the world. It also has a large number of shrines almost everywhere, and most of those shrines have tori. How safe are they?
There are indeed a lot of tori, and the older tori are supported only by stone bases placed on the ground. Sometimes they suddenly topple over.
Are they doing anything to make them safer?
That's done by digging a deep hole, putting in a proper foundation, and placing the tori on top. I've heard that the deep foundations for large tori go down around 6 meters.
Well, it's a large structure. If it does come down, whether it's a typhoon or an earthquake or whatever, it must be pretty hard to build a new one and get it up again.
Extremely so.
This shrine is in the town of Noto, Ishikawa Prefecture. Its tori was destroyed by the January 2024 earthquake. It was the starting point for the Mikoshi portable shrines in the annual summer festival. The town wanted to rebuild it, but they had no funds. So the residents decided to make their own tori. They cut bamboo in order to make the two pillars. Then they hung a shimenawa sacred rope between them. The 2011 Great East Japan earthquake triggered a tsunami that destroyed or damaged many shrines. In Hachinohe, Aomori Prefecture, a 6-meter-high wave struck its Fushima shrine and swept its beloved tori far out to sea. The town had lost its symbolic landmark. Then, 2 years after the quake, a miracle happened. One of the shrine's torii washed ashore in Oregon in the United States and was found by locals. Writing carved into the torii showed that it belonged to Itsukushima Shrine in Hachinohe. The torii had been found 7,000 kilometers away in a foreign country. Thanks to coincidence, cooperation between people in the US and Japan, and the help of an American company exporting lumber to Japan, eventually the torii returned home. The torii was quickly repaired and beautifully restored. Now known as the Miracle Torii, it is once again beloved by the local residents.
It's interesting, you'd think that there might be other things that would take preference, but evidently the torii is just that important to people.
Yes. Of course, rebuilding homes is very important, and that was certainly true in the case of the Noto earthquake as well. But torii are a kind of symbol for places. So, in a way, when you rebuild a torii, it becomes a beacon of recovery. In fact, Peter, there is also something called a shimebashira. It consists of two pillars and a shimenawa rope hanging in between. Shime means to mark a sacred place. Actually, shimebashira are sometimes treated like a torii.
So when you have those shimebashira with the rope on top, is that always where there's a shrine, or is it not necessarily related to a shrine?
They are used to mark the entrance to a sacred place, such as a waterfall or a mountain. They sometimes have the same meaning as a torii.
When you live in Japan, you see torii all over the place all the time. I certainly just take them for granted, pretty much. Talking to you today, it's been really interesting because there's just so much that one doesn't know. So it's been
Today, we go underneath Japan's elevated train tracks. In urban locations with little room to spare, these spaces have long housed storerooms, Japanese-style pubs, and other businesses. Nowadays, they are used in many other interesting ways. There are daycare centers that make a significant local impact. This area in eastern Tokyo is known for its many artisans. Under the tracks here are around 50 stores selling products made on the premises. Customers can order bespoke items from their favorite shops. This time, we look at what's happening underneath Japan's elevated train tracks.
Hello and welcome to Japanology Plus. I'm Peter Barakan. The bridge I'm standing on is called Mansei-bashi, and it's right on the edge of Akihabara, an area well familiar to the many foreign visitors who come here to buy electrical goods. Up there It used to be a railway station. That's gone now. But the area underneath the tracks is now full of stylish shops and cafes. On today's program, we're going to explore what I like to call the world underneath the arches. Hello, Kobayashi-san.
Nice to meet you.
Our guest is Kobayashi Ichiro, an expert on railway architecture. While working as a university lecturer, he conducts research on how spaces underneath elevated tracks are used.
I don't know what it is, but there's something cool about these areas under the arches.
They have a very human appeal, a sense of warmth. That's how I see it. There was a station here, and what's left of the building has been renovated. Do you see the eaves right at the top? Can you see?
This thing up here?
Inside and out, there are lots of design elements.
Oh, okay. Sounds interesting.
I'll show you three things. First, a series of small sections. Then, a period staircase. And the platform. We can see where the platform was.
You're getting excited.
The station building was destroyed in the Great Kanto earthquake of 1923, and the railway line was later discontinued. For a time, the site was home to a transportation museum, and a new retail complex opened in 2013. Here, visitors can enjoy aspects of the original architecture.
It goes all the way through.
All right.
It looks really nice, doesn't it? I believe this continues for 150 meters.
These openings, shaped like crayon tips, were part of the original station. The passageway was reinforced, but is otherwise used as is.
You'll notice that the openings are evenly spaced. They're 5 to 6 meters apart.
Oh, so they're all individual units?
Yes, and each one is the same size. Large shops wouldn't fit, but small specialized shops do.
Oh, so each of these units is available for rent?
Yes.
The facility has plenty of seating, which is available to everyone. During the day, people come here to use the space any way they wish. As night falls, the area transforms into a scenic spot with a uniquely atmospheric after-dark appeal. This staircase was built over a century ago.
How does it feel to climb?
It's a regular staircase.
But look, each step is only this tall. In the old days, many Japanese wore kimonos. It wouldn't be good if the hem of your kimono became unkempt and open. Hence the low steps.
At the top, there's an observation deck.
The view is opening up.
Oh, all right.
This observation deck used to be the station platform. Okay. You can still watch the trains.
You can see trains from everywhere.
Railway enthusiasts come up here and enjoy watching the trains.
Japan's first railway was built in 1872. It connected central Tokyo and Yokohama. People worried about the smoke from steam engines and the possibility that railway lines would break up neighborhoods. Elevated tracks were intended to alleviate these problems. A Tokyo development project in the 1890s included plans for an elevated line, but it proved financially difficult. Japan's first elevated tracks were built in 1904 in Tokyo. It was the first of many such projects. One section of elevated track, completed in the city centre in 1910, had noteworthy brickwork. Following World War II, restaurants and bars began to open underneath, and office workers flocked there in the evenings. The 1964 Tokyo Olympics prompted the construction of a shopping arcade to appeal to foreign tourists. The cramped spaces meant that large businesses were not feasible, but small, cosy pubs could flourish, creating a friendly and welcoming atmosphere. Next stop, a section of track not far from Tokyo Station.
Right here, at the time of the 1964 Tokyo Olympics.
It's really noisy here.
Ahead of the games, the International Arcade was built here, targeting foreign visitors.
I can remember that, yes.
We're close to the famous Imperial Hotel. This space was recently renovated.
Yeah.
It features noise and vibration countermeasures. I'd like to show you around.
In 2020, a new retail complex opened along this 300-meter stretch. It's intended to have a fun backup feel to it.
Restaurants down here. Oh, this is kind of nice. Ramen Avenue. It's going to be popular.
The space was redeveloped with a consistent theme, so it feels really cohesive.
And it's quiet down here. Outside it's really noisy with the trains going over almost non-stop.
A representative of the railway company is going to explain the noise dampening measures introduced here.
I'm amazed at how quiet it is down here, despite the fact that there are multiple train lines and trains running practically non-stop.
ここは各景観にここに見える柱について、補強工事を行ったおかげと、新しいレールの映像でしたり、ダンパーの関係でしたり、継ぎ目線上でやっていることによって音がないような空間になっております。
Let's see how the tracks were adjusted. Longer rails were installed with 200 meters between each joint. Trains generate noise and vibrations when they roll over the joints, so having fewer of them means less noise. Down below, each pillar is fitted with dampers that absorb vibrations. This approach significantly reduces noise and contributes to earthquake resilience. The arcade also uses an architectural technique to isolate it from seismic activity. Special cushioning technique ensures that the structure is not in direct contact with sources of vibration. This approach builds on Japanese techniques dating back centuries. 5-story pagodas are said to be resistant to earthquakes. Several hundred years ago, designs emerged where the central pillar did not touch the ground. Soundproofed elevated tracks mirror that thinking.
From this spot here, you can see and compare 3 different ages of architecture. Over there is a brick arch, But over here, it's from a different era, and it's concrete.
Okay, so each of these was built in a different period.
The elevated track here was built around the time of the 1964 Olympics. It's made of reinforced concrete. It carries the Shinkansen, bullet trains. The central section is also reinforced concrete. It was built in 1942. It carries the Hokkaido main line, which runs from Tokyo to Kobe. The oldest section, dating back to 1910, is the one with the brick arches.
The ground here isn't very solid.
It's all reclaimed land.
The ideal construction style would have used iron or steel. But importing a large volume of construction metal was too expensive. So they decided to use only brick.
By the early 20th century, Japan was making its own bricks. To boost structural integrity, long and short bricks were used in construction. The darker bricks were fired at a higher temperature to remove moisture. Any water trickling between the bricks is channeled downward. It's collected in gravel beds placed at the base for that purpose.
I'm in this area quite often and had absolutely no idea that this place existed. It's really very pleasant.
Many spaces like this are being redeveloped. Previously, it only happened in central Tokyo, but now you see it in the suburbs too. And the initiatives are really diverse these days.
Our next stop is a 30-minute train ride from central Tokyo. We are outside Higashi Kogane Station.
The area under this suburban railway here is very much a part of community life.
Yeah, it looks like a typical residential area, doesn't it?
There are kindergartens and clinics nearby. It is really residential.
Right.
And now, there's a new initiative to help people start businesses in this space.
Hello?
Hello, nice to meet you.
This is Kitaike Tomoichiro, the manager of the project.
Can you tell us what kind of an operation this is here?
These spaces are rented out to people starting small businesses. This is a Kogane City initiative, and profit is not the top priority. The focus is on creating an environment where people can start businesses cheaply and with little risk.
Is there any reason why this is happening here? I mean, there are train tracks in lots of other places as well.
Well, this is where I live. I've always wanted to do business here. That was part of my initial thinking. Also, this is a residential area in the suburbs of Tokyo. There are houses all over town. Many people are living here. A lot of people with young children want to work close to home. So I wanted to use these spaces here. And together, hopefully, we can energize the community. That's why I chose this spot.
Is it going well?
We have agreements with around 150 companies. They all operate here.
That's a lot of companies in a fairly small space.
One small room like this is used by a single business. But we also have a co-working space, occupied by around 80 companies. So there is a wide variety of businesses.
The project provides support tailored to the needs of various startups, such as offices and places selling food. They can rent space very cheaply.
All kinds of shops and offices and all tiny. in a bookshop. Konnichiwa. Hello. A tiny, tiny bookshop. And all small books too.
バラカンさんの本があります。
Oh, really? You bought one of my books? Oh, wow. These are two of my books. Thank you very much. What made you want to start your business here?
もともと本を作る仕事してて、で今もう街から本屋さんがどんどんなくなっているので、子供たちが読んだらいい本あったらいいなと思って、こうちっちゃい間口で始めてます。
Typically, what kind of customers do you get?
中学生からあとお年寄りの本好きな隣に住んでる人が、バランスはよく、
And what kind of books do you select?
音楽とあとは日本の近代文学と、あと犬の本です。犬が好きなんで。
Are there any advantages to having a shop under the train tracks?
高架下はお散歩される方も非常に多いので、フラッと立ち寄られる方が多いです。はい、あとちっちゃい店だと小さいですねっていうそこから始まって、いろんなお話しして、でその人がまた来てくれるみたいな、そういう形ですね。
Oh, the pizza place is opening up as well. こんにちは。いや、ピザ屋さんがこんな狭いところにあるんですね。
そうなんですよ。窯で、石窯で焼いてます。
Wow.
なんかこんな感じ。
Okay. And how long have you been in business? ここで何年前からやってます？
4 years.
4 years.
He's created a popular spot. In just 6 square meters of space, he has everything he needs to make pizzas.
It's electric and it's very compact as well.
Yes, yes. この窯は、キッチンカーとか、そういうのに乗せてる人がいるような感じの、小さいサイズで、しかも本格のピッツァがやってる。
What are the advantages of being in business at a place like this under the train tracks?
小さく始められるところだと思います。僕は浅草で、イタリアンで、修行して、でその後コロナが来て、でそこで開業の決断に至ったんですけど、そこで探していく中で初めてやるのにちょうどいいサイズというか、始めやすかったのでここに入れました。
Next door is a takoyaki shop. The owner lives locally.
Konnichiwa. How big is your place? Oh, it's quite small, isn't it?
そうですね、狭いです。
How long have you been operating here?
ちょうど1年前。
What made you want to start a business here in the first place?
家が近くて、狭いんですけど、家賃がお安く設定されていて、商売を始めやすかった。
Do people come and eat quite a lot?
家も近いことがあって、友人関係が、夜大勢で来ていただいて、ここ狭いんですけど、ここが共有スペースなので、例えば20人で対応できる。
When the weather starts getting cold, how will it be?
そのためにラーメンを始めました。
Hello everyone and welcome to Plus One. I'm Kyle Card. Now, continuing today's theme of utilizing the space underneath the rail tracks for city improvement and branding, this next location is where you can engage in a sport that gained a lot of popularity and attention during the Paris Olympics, skateboarding. Let's go check it out.
This section of track at Minami Senju Station near Asakusa has a skate park underneath. It offers a class for beginners, but is otherwise free and popular with children.
Hello.
Can I come up?
So I have to ask, why build a skateboard park underneath the rail tracks?
スケートボードパークが都心部から離れたところにあるという課題がありまして、やはりそこに皆さん時間をかけて、行っているという現状がありました。またスケートボードがやっぱりちょっとまだ怖いとかそういうイメージがありましたので、 それを払拭させるために、都心部で安全安心なスケートパークを提供したいということで提案させていただきました。
Can you tell me some of the merits to building a skate park underneath the rail tracks like this?
駅近というアクセスがとてもいいということと、高架質ということで、やはり天候の影響をちょっと受けにくいということがありまして、多少の雨でも使用できますし、あと、もともと電車などの音もしておりますので、うるさいかという意見はいただいておりません。
So what types of people make use of this park?
特に、小学生の低学年の利用が多くなっております。
Oh, so younger students. It's like mostly beginners then.
そうです。
So would it be possible for me to give it a try?
どうぞやってみましょう。
Kyle's going to show off his skills. 18 years ago, back in Canada, he used a skateboard to get around. The beginner's lesson is no problem. The next challenge is a ramp.
Shall we dance?
そうで、斜面に体を合わせたんです。そうです、そうです。で、こっちは丸腰。そうです、そうです。
Here's how it should be done.
いいね。I can't do that. Let's try.
そうです。すごい、素晴らしい。
I feel like an absolute beginner. 楽しいですか？
はい、楽しい。
スケボー好きですか？
はい。
なりたいですか？
慣れればなってみたいな。
じゃあ頑張ってください。スケボー好きですか？
好きです。
どんぐらいやってるんですか
5ヶ月ぐらい。
わお。で、将来の夢は
スケボー選手。
素晴らしい。オリンピックやっぱ目指すんですか？あ、ファイト。応援してます。おじさんの先見てて上手だと思う。まだまだですよね、僕。ありがとう。今度教えてください。はい。いい先生できました。So what would you like to see happen in the future with parks like this?
スケートボードの魅力を多くの方に広げたいと思っています。また他の場所でも展開できるように検討しております。
I hope you're able to build a lot more locations. I'm happy to see spaces like this underneath the rail tracks utilized, providing skateboard facilities for budding skateboarders. It'd also be great to see more locations like this pop up all over. And who knows, some future world champions might emerge from spaces like this.
This was one of the first places where people found uses for the space under elevated tracks.
Right.
Have you been here before?
I've been in Tokyo for 50 years now, and I can remember way back when I first came here. This was one of the few areas really where they always had little bars and yakitori places under the arches of the trains, and it always had a sort of atmosphere all to its own. So yes, numerous times. Recently not so much, but it's very nostalgic for me.
The truth is, I come here quite a lot myself to get a drink. There's a bar I always go to.
We head into a long-established bar beneath the railway tracks.
Cheers.
Cheers.
That's nice at the end of the day, isn't it?
Lots of the bars here have been around a long time. But even by those standards, this is an old place. The arched ceiling gives you a sense of its age.
It's right underneath the tracks. In fact, you can hear the train rumbling over. as we speak now, although it's surprisingly quiet in here as well.
Surprisingly quiet, yeah. You've done a lot today. What kind of spaces did you like the most?
It's a good question. For shopping, I think the new nicely designed, cool-looking ones are good. If you want to sit down for a drink and some food as well, I actually like these old-fashioned ones that they have a sort of warmth to them that comes from just being around for so long, I think.
They're very calming.
For you, what do you think is the sort of ideal situation for these kind of under the arches places altogether?
That's a good question too. At the moment, we're seeing a lot of technological development. Lifestyles are changing. And the spaces under elevated tracks will have to change too. I think they'll continue to develop in new ways. I hope places like this survive though.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Thank you very much.
My pleasure.
Today on Dive in Tokyo, we explore the Setagaya train line. It's a leisurely streetcar ride through quiet residential neighborhoods. Along the way, you'll discover community events, unique spaces, hidden gems, and much more.
This is person.
Like this temple, which is home to a curious collection. Thousands of beckoning cats. The railway and surrounding areas have a long history, spanning hundreds of years. Join us as we hop on a streetcar and experience the culture and community spirit that defines the Setagaya line. Located on the west side of central Tokyo, Setagaya Ward is one of the city's most prominent residential areas. The Setagaya line starts at Sangenjaya, not far from Shibuya, and runs through the northeastern part of the ward.
Hello, my name is Yana Olson, and today we're gonna get onto the Setagaya line here, behind me. Now, I have actually been living here in Setagaya for about 6 years, but I hardly take the Setagaya line, so I'm really excited to see what we'll find along the way. So, let's go!
Originally from Sweden, Yanni is an actor and writer specializing in the outdoors. Her hometown of Yotemburi is known for its trams, so she's eager to get to know the Setagaya line better. This one-day pass allows you to get on and off at any station along the line as many times as you want. And without further ado, we're off. The Setagaya line is made up of 10 stations connecting Sangenjaya to Shimotekaido. Its total length is just 5 kilometers. The stations are spaced at close intervals, with the next one arriving in no time at all. Traveling at a leisurely 20 kilometers an hour, it's a welcome departure from the hustle and bustle.
So the trains in Tokyo actually go through these really crowded and busy areas, but here, as you can see, it goes through a really quiet residential area.
We make a quick stop at Wakabayashi Station for the first highlight of our journey. This is Kannana-dori, a major ring road that runs around central Tokyo. It intersects with the Setagaya line. Curiously, the streetcar comes to a stop before crossing. This intersection is one of the few spots in Tokyo where trains have to follow traffic rules, just like any other vehicle or pedestrian. Next, we get off at Miyanosaka Station, where you can get a hands-on look at the Setagaya Line's history.
こんにちは。ようこそいらっしゃいました。
いやー、今日はよろしくお願いします。
よろしくお願いします。東京の新又と申します。
ヤミです。
There's an old streetcar parked right next to the station.
中見てもいいですか？
はい、どうぞ入ってみましょうか。
おー、すごいなんかレトロですね。
そうですね。
前こんなアニメで見たようなシーンなんですけど。うわー。
そうですね。昔の雰囲気が出て残ってますね。世田谷線は1925年に開業しまして、今年でちょうど100年になります。100？はい。
This particular streetcar entered service in 1925 and ran for 65 years. Following its retirement, it was put on public display. Streetcars were once a popular means of transportation for the citizens of Tokyo. But with the increased use of automobiles after World War II, they began to disappear starting in the 1960s. But the Setagaya line managed to survive.
世田谷線はですね、専用軌道といいまして、道路からこう独立して電車の線路が走っていたので、はい、交通渋滞に巻き込まれることもなく、時刻表通りオンタイムで走ることができましたので、なので廃線を免れたというふうに言われております。
The density of the residential areas limited the development of other modes of transport, which gradually cemented the Setagaya line as a local lifeline. There's something unique about these streetcars that have endeared them to locals and visitors alike.
世田谷線は20キロぐらいですごくこうゆっくり走るので、乗っている人とあと道路にいる人がこう顔が分かるぐらい、表情が分かるぐらいの近さなんですよね。
確かにそこから結構なんかそのなんでそんなリラックスできるのかなと思ったんですけど、スピードも関係しますね。なんかゆっくりなんか周りも見て、外のなんか二次観察とかもできますよね。
そうですね。他の電車はどれぐらいこう早く行けるか、遠くまで行けるかっていうところに考え方があるのに対して、なんか世田谷線に乗っていると急がなくていいんだろうとかこう、ね、ゆっくりのんびり暮らしていこうよみたいなところが伝わってくるところが魅力かなというふうに思っています。
Our next stop is Kamimachi Station.
Look at all these people, wow. It looks like they're doing some kind of event here.
We've come to the Boruichi Street Market. It's a biannual event held 2 days in December and 2 days in January. Some 700 vendors line Boroichi Street, welcoming roughly 700,000 visitors. The diverse offerings include secondhand clothes, antiques, toys, food, and more.
どういうふうに集めてるんですか？だから全部一個一個あるんですけど。
全部お客様からの買い取り品。
そうなんですか。
ご不要品を貯めておいて、ボロ市で出す。
ここは全部作ったんですか？
全部自分で作ってくれるんです。
うわ
ここ人が多いからやっぱり皆さんよく買ってくれます。
楽しいですか？
また忙しいですね。
いいですよ。
This woman says she's been coming every year.
これはいくらですか
？1000円でした。はい。建物が
すごい綺麗。綺麗な
1000円でした。
わそんな安かったんですか？
はい。古いものもあるんですけど、ちょっとこう親しみやすいものも売ってたりとか、なんかそういうちょっとこう人情味があるところが魅力的だなと思います。
あそこが声聞こえたからなんだろうと思ってたから。
The Boroichi market's roots go back about 450 years to the late 16th century. It was originally a place to buy and sell farming tools and vegetables. The tradition evolved over the years, and today it's known as a treasure trove of bargain finds.
Hi, 何年間も続いて、まあ出店する方も結構いるんですか？一番なんか長いのがどのぐらいですか？
そうですね。一番長い方はね、120年ぐらい。引き継いで、その子孫の方がずっとやってるっていう方がね、いますよね。中にはね、まあ売り上げでここのボロ市の4日間で1年間の生活できるって人もいるんですよ。それは稀なんですけどね、本当にいるんですよ。その時代時代によってね、ニーズが変わってくるので、それでまあそれが長く続く原因ではないかと思いますね。
So how did this bustling market come to be held along this road? There's an old mansion on Boroichi Street that can tell us more. This was the official residence of a family who served as magistrates of the area, including the market.
こんにちは。
こんにちは。
はじめまして、ヤミです。
はじめまして、藤井優子と言います。よろしくお願いします。今日はよろしくお願いします。この辺りのを当時治めていた殿様が、この場所に学市を開いたんですね。それはこの場所が、お殿様にとって、重要な場所だったから、当時関東に勢力を持っていた殿様がここに学市を開いたのですけれども、商業を発展させるためにその目的で学市を開きました。
In the late 16th century, Hojo Ujimasa, a powerful warlord based in Odawara, took an interest in Setagaya, which was located along a highway leading to Old Tokyo. At the time, Setagaya was comprised of a castle and a town serving many travelers. Hojo set up a market to develop the local economy. This document lists regulations the Lord issued upon the opening. They include rules such as no aggressive haggling and no quarreling.
押し買いをしてはいけない。無理やり買っちゃうことです。お客の方がこの品物を売れって言って買ってしまうんです。それから 喧嘩をしちゃダメ。
いやいやいやいやいや、普通そうでしたよね、今は。
当然のようなことですけど、そういう、証拠があって、それがちゃんと残っている。現在もその位置が続いているっていうことが評価をされているので、こういった決まりを守りながら447年間ですね、位置が続いてきたということになります。
There's a place nearby where we can trace the local history even further back. From Kamimachi Station, we head north about 5 minutes.
さて、こちらの公園にやってきました。
ああ、綺麗な公園。
ここに書いてあるのは、世田谷城と書いてあります。
あまり
おかげで
後ろがあまり見えないですね。
Setagaya Castle was built here in the 1400s, about 100 years before the creation of the market. It served as the residence of a local warlord who ruled over the area. To understand why he chose this spot, we head to higher ground.
ヤニさんがこのお城を守っている兵士の気持ちになって見ていただけますか？この辺でどうでしょう？下を見てみてください。
確かに、いや、登りやすそうですね。
登りやすそう。
確かにここを鎧を着て登ってくるなかなか
意外に少し登ってきましたから目線が高いですよね。
確かに
今みたいに家が立ち並んでない時代には、結構見渡せると思いませんか？
結構遠く見えますね。
かなりの高さがあるので、こういう方式で世田谷城は守られていったっていうことですね。やはりここを拠点に当時の殿様は地域を守って、政治をしていたっていうことが言えると思います。
Setagaya Castle took full advantage of the terrain. Over the years, the castle town continued to develop, and with the creation of the nearby market, this area flourished as the center of Setagaya. On the former grounds of the castle is a time-honored sacred site. Gotokuji Temple, originally established in 1480.
実はここは私世田谷の中でも本当に一番好きなスポットですよ。
そうですか。そうですね。広い境内もあってゆったりとした場所ですし、春は桜、秋は紅葉。新緑の頃にも若葉が鳴りしめるとても素敵な場所ですね。
In recent years, a certain temple fixture has made this place a trendy destination among international visitors.
こちらちょっとどうぞ写真ますよ。
もう久しぶり。
こちら思い出しますか？
いや、今思い出しました。
そうですか。そして引いたで、ここに祀られているのは招き猫です。豪徳寺は招き猫発祥のお寺と言われています。
These cat figurines, with paw raised in a beckoning gesture, are believed to bring good luck and prosperity. Legend has it that one day, the Lord was passing by when a cat beckoned him into the temple. That allowed him to narrowly avoid a sudden thunderstorm that rolled in moments later. The temple has seen a boost in overseas visitors over the past decade. It started when tourists began posting photos of the Maneki Neko to social media. More and more temple goers brought beckoning cats as offerings. These grounds are now home to over 10,000 of them.
The fact that someone believes in the spirit of cats so much and they made a whole place for it is kind of impressive. It's amazing.
招き猫は人々の願いを叶える、例えば家内安全、それから商売繁盛、それも、はい、それもいろんなその人の願いを叶えてくれる、人とお願い事を、結びつけてくれるっていうような意味がある。
なんか英語だと確かになんだっけ、ラッキーキャッツみたいな、ね、そういう感じですよね。なんか結構幅広く、運がいい。
はい。日本ならではの考えかもしれませんけれど、それがここの場所を訪れる方が響いているのかもしれないですね。
Okay, so it's been a while since I did this, but I'm gonna place my lucky cat here and make a wish.
今日見ていただいたところは世田谷の中の世田谷っていう部分があって、歴史が古い、例えば、先ほどの楽市がある、それからお城も行きましたね。で、そういうあとこちらの招き猫もありましたけど、そういう歴史がぎゅっといっぱい詰まっているところだと思うんですね。こんな歴史のある場所を世田谷線っていう電車が通っていますが、その世田谷線の通っている風景が、なんか懐かしくて落ち着きがあって、優しい風情があるっていうのはそういう歴史に裏付けられているからかもしれないですね。
Our last stop of the day is Shoin Jinja Mai. Here in this historic neighborhood, there are many creative people who are trying new things. Near the station, along the railroad tracks, is a curious building marked by a large staircase.
Okay, it seems like it's a complex of a lot of different stores, and this is like a small picture bookstore. Seems like they have a second floor too. Let's check it out. ここはどういうところですか？七宝焼きの工房です。工房ですか？はい。すごい。教室をやっていたりします。
This cloisonné artist is a local resident who opened her studio here 2 years ago.
伝統的な日本の七宝焼きの技法を使って作っているもので、これかわいいね。
かわいい。結構町の人が来るんですか？
来ます。ここら辺の子供たちも来たりしています。
子供たちも。
はい。
This community-oriented facility is home to a cafe, a picture book seller, shop selling accessories and sundries, craft workshops, and more. It was created by Sato Yoshiaki, who runs a local real estate business.
ここはどういうところですか？
はい、ここはですね、2016年にその当時で築50年以上経っていた古いアパートを改装して9つの小さな店舗が集まる小さな商業施設みたいな感じです。祖父の代からこの町で事業をやっているので、僕もこの町で育ってきたんですね。
These days, this part of town has a lively atmosphere, but up until about 10 years ago, it had lost its vitality.
シャッター閉めるお店が多くなってて、でそれなんとかしたいなと思っていろいろ活動をしている中で、地域の人たちからこんなお店が欲しい、あんなお店が欲しいっていう声からできている建物です。
Sato wanted to create a space that would serve as a gathering place for the community, so he incorporated their ideas into the project.
その当時なかったけど、 ここに来ればなんか新しいことに出会えるみたいな場所になってますし、割と日曜日とかを犬のお散歩コースになってて、みんなわざわざここに立ち寄ってから商店街に遊びに行くとか、そういったのもありますね。
自分のそういうなんか地元になんだっけプライドを持ってるのがなんかすごいいいことだと思いますね。
そうですね。自分の町、ここが私の町っていう人が増えるってすごい町にとってもいいことだと思う。
こんにちは。
ようこそ。本、よかったら見ててくださいね。はい。
Yoshizawa Taku opened this bookstore in 2021. The shelves are made up of 100 compartments that are rented out to anyone who wants to sell their books. People sell books they've finished reading, books they've written, books that have changed their lives. And they're free to set their own prices. There's an eclectic mix of genres, from manga to photo books to novels.
この人はスイス人で、世田谷で活動している作家さんですね。
不思議。あ、こうして自分のなんか宣伝とかもできますね。
そうですね。あとこのね本の人は編集者で、
編集者。
まあその編集で書かれたりした本とかをですね。
なんか普通の本屋さんに行ったらなんかあそこから最後まで一つのなんかジオグラフィーとか言語、日本語、英語。なんかね、ここだったらもう短いスペースでなんかその
どんどん変わっていく。
いろんな話題とかなんかミクスしても楽しいですね。
Yoshizawa, who was born and raised in this town, owns the building. He decided to open this store in a vacant unit to create a space for the community.
たくさん人が住んでるから、まあここだけで全部の人が重なり合うことはないんだけど、まあ本棚を借りるとか、お客さんできたっていう時に本をきっかけにしたり、ちょっと今みたいななんか街のことが話題にできる、まあそういう場所になったらいいかなっていうふうには思いますね。
私は古本屋とか好きなので、その自分の住んでる近くにあるんだったら一度は覗きたいなと思っていて、今日初めて来たんですけど、これだけいろんな方が選んでいろんな本棚があるので、私の気になる本棚はあると思います。
Lastly, Yoshizawa shares his fondness for the Setagaya line.
今日は世田谷線乗りましたか？
乗りました。
やっぱりこの街って電車がね、可愛らしい電車が走ってるのがすごくあの電車じゃなかったら全然違う街になってるんじゃないかなと思うので、
世田谷線の存在が大きいんですね。
そうですね。ここは本当にちっちゃいお店が多いので、ね、個性的っていうか、こう人の流れもこうゆったりしてるし、なんかこうちょっと立ち止まれるっていう感じは、まあやっぱりこの街は、まあ、いろんなところにあるかなと思いますけどね。
Even though I have been living here in Setagaya for many years now, I heard so many new things on this trip. Like, really, there were so many historical spots right here in Setagaya. And I love how riding on the Setagaya line, it felt like time was floating really slowly by, and the people riding it, it felt like they really had this sense of community. Up until now, most people saw Setagaya as a place to live, but it is an amazing place to go traveling.
Yoyogi is home to one of the largest green spaces in Tokyo. That includes a densely wooded area that resembles a virgin forest. It's the result of a grand plan designed by a team of visionaries who looked 100 years into the future. There's also an open woodland area for public recreation. Over the years, it's gone through many changes, eventually becoming an urban oasis. Nearby are quiet residential areas that are home to long, winding back streets. Traditional community ties remain strong. Dive in Tokyo. This time we unravel the story of Yoyogi, a central neighborhood with easy access to nature. Yoyogi is nestled between the major commercial districts of Shinjuku and Shibuya. It has a stop along the Yamanote Loop line that goes around central Tokyo.
Hi, I'm Felicia. Today I'm here in front of Yoyogi Station. Now, I've gotten off many times at nearby Shibuya and Shinjuku stations, but this is my first time here. And unlike many other big stations in central Tokyo, which are connected by commercial complexes, this one feels quite compact. So, let's go and see what this neighborhood is like. So a lot of people there. It's a burger shop. I don't see many tall buildings, but I do see a lot of restaurants. It's lively.
The streets around the station are lined with eateries serving Japanese food, Western food, ramen, and more. They mostly cater to local office workers and students.
It's a train line. There's a lot of people walking around in this area.
We follow the flow of people heading to the south side of the neighborhood.
Sally, there's a lot of green here. Oh, the atmosphere really changed here. Look, a beautiful shrine gate.
Meiji Jingu Shrine was founded in 1920. It enshrines Emperor Meiji and Empress Shoken, who ascended to the throne as the samurai age came to an end and Japan was starting to transform into a modern state. It's one of the country's most famous sacred sites, attracting some 10 million visitors a year.
It's beautiful green in here. I wonder how far it goes. It's kind of mysterious.
The approach stretches over a kilometer through the vast verdant grounds.
It's kind of like a wild kind of forest here. You know, I wonder how far it goes. I can't even see the other side.
A peaceful nature escape from the urban hustle and bustle. So why is such a big green space located in Yoyogi, in the heart of Tokyo? Forestry expert Nishino Fumitaka is well versed about the trees on the grounds.
昔からここは自然豊かな場所だったんですか？
いや、実はですね、ここは約100年前はもう何もなくて荒れ地と呼ばれるような場所だったんですね。
そうなんですか？
そうなんです。全然実はこういう大きな木もなくて、これ全部人の手で計算して設計をして作った森なんですよね。
人工的な。
そう、人工的に作った森なんですよね。
During the Edo period, which spanned the 17th to mid-19th centuries, the Yoyogi area was dotted with villas and gardens belonging to feudal lords. Then, in 1868, the Meiji government was established with the aim of making Japan a modern nation. New administrative buildings and more were built on the former sites of feudal mansions in the city center. But as Yoyogi was some distance from the seat of government, it was not developed on a large scale, leaving a wide tract of empty land. Then, when Emperor Meiji passed away, industrialist Shibusawa Eiichi, whose face now adorns the 10,000 yen note, led a push for the creation of a sacred forest dedicated to his spirit. Plans were drawn up for Meiji Jingu. Yoyogi was chosen out of several potential locations because it was home to an old feudal garden that had become an imperial estate. But that estate was surrounded by wasteland. So they undertook a major construction project to create a forest by planting trees by hand. The plan was drawn up by a team of forestry experts, including Honda Seiroku, Japan's first doctor of forestry. They envisioned an eternal forest for people to offer eternal prayers. The many ideas that they came up with continue to support the ecosystem.
この明治神宮の森の実は主役になる木っていうのがあります。スラジーと呼ばれるこの木が主役になる木なんです。これ大きくなるとやっぱり樹高が30メーターぐらいまで大きくなる木で、これ将来ですね、どんぐりをつける木なんですよね。それが落ちて、さらにまたそれが芽生えが出てくる。そうするとどんどん永遠に続く。
At first, there was a proposal to plant cedar trees, which are commonly planted on shrine grounds. But the soil here has high moisture content, which makes it hard for them to grow. So instead, they planted mainly evergreen trees such as chinkapin and oak.
ちっちゃい木が見えますよね。あるとでも大きい木もありますよね。
今目の前にあるのこれヤブツバキという仲間なんですけども、これは大きくなっても、10メーターぐらいとかそれぐらいの木なんですけども、ただ単純に大きな木を植えるだけではなくて、やはり、少し大きい木、大体5メーターとかなる木もあれば、15メーターぐらいに大きくなる木も植えて、そしてまた草も生えてくるっていう、こう高い木、少し低い木、低木、草っていう風に全部で4つの段階になるようにですね、まるでミルフィーユみたいな構造になるような森を設計するっていうのが当時から考えられてたんですよね。
The main feature of this forest is that it's designed to renew itself again and again through the power of nature, just like a natural ecosystem. Here's the plan drawn up by Honda Seiroku and his team. Drawings detail the simultaneous planting of trees of varying heights and growth rates. The idea was that as one layer withered, the next layer would mature, followed by the next. Over time, the alternation of generations would evolve into a natural cycle.
同じ太さの木がたくさんあると、やっぱりちょっと違和感、ちょっと人工的だなと思うんだけど、いろんな種類をこの地域に合ったものを植えて、本当にこう立体的な森を作ろうとしたっていうのがなんかすごくこう伝わってきますね。本当にまるで本当自然。これがなんかこう人が作ったとは思えないみたいな綺麗さがあるね。
Look closely and you can spot many young trees throughout the forest. There's been no supplemental planting. Rather, the trees that were initially planted have dispersed their seeds, developing into the next generation and maintaining the distinct canopy layers of the forest. To sustain this natural cycle, there's one particular rule that Meiji Jingu has followed since its inception.
葉っぱも落ちてますよね。こういうふうに葉っぱも落ちてるんですけど、これ全部 集めて捨てるのではなくて、葉っぱを集めて全部森の中に返すってことです。
ああ、そうなんですか。
そうなんです。一木一草、外に出すな。一つの草も一つの木も全部ここにあるものは外に出さずに、
全部返す。
そう。草とか落ち葉を戻すことによって木の成長だけじゃなくて土壌の中の土も全部栄養になって肥やしになって。
Dead and fallen trees are left where they are.
でしかもね、ベニジャーさん見ているとあそこにダンゴムシもいるじゃないですか。
そうですね。
そこにね、歩いてる。そう。で、他にもこうキノコがついてたりする。だからそういうふうに考えると、実はこの枯れてるように見える中にもいろんな生態系がこの中にもあるんですよね。これもセットで明治神宮の森をなってるというふうに考えても全然言い過ぎではない。
ライフサイクルですね。
そうなんです。今だとなんかもったいないとか、あ、これ次に再利用しようとかってあるかもしれないけど、100年前に実はここが作られる時からそれを考えてた。
The forest has also started to show results that exceed the expectations set by the planning team.
これを見ると、なんかジャングルのような感じがしますね。
Take these ferns, for example. Ferns have grown on our planet since ancient times, serving as a source of food for a variety of organisms and protecting diverse ecosystems.
実はこのシダ植物は明治神宮の森を作るときには植えてないんですよね。
ああ、でまた自然に。
そうなんです。彼らはこの明治神宮の森がだんだんできてきてから、この場所が自分たちの住処見つけたということで胞子が多分飛んできて、これ育ったんですよ。最初きっかけは人がこう木を植えて育ったんですけど、次は自然が自分たちで自然を作ってるんですよね。
それはすごく面白いですね。
面白いですよね。
Over the past century, this former wasteland has completely transformed. In contrast to the remarkable urban development around it, a regenerative cycle has taken root, from which we continue to bear fruit.
なんか東京のその一番開発されてるところに一番いい森があるっていうことがなんか本当に多分すごく意味があって、今まで人と自然のその折り合いってどういうふうにつければいいのかって分かんなかったと思うんですね。こんなに本当に自然に近い森ができてるってことは、これは人が森を作れるっていう一つの証明にもなってると思うので、人と自然がずっとこうそれぞれ一緒にうまく生きていくためのなんか一つの解決策をこの明治神宮の森がなんか示してくれてるような気がするんですよね。
We leave the shrine grounds behind to explore the surrounding area.
There's also a lot of trees here. I see a lot of people. I wonder if that's a park. Let's go find out. There's such a nice atmosphere going on in this park, and it's really beautiful.
This is Yoyogi Park, which borders Meiji Jingu. This vast green space covers about 54 hectares. That's the equivalent of over 70 soccer fields.
There's a lot of trees here, but the difference is there's a lot of space between each tree, so you can spread out a sheet and relax, have a picnic, lay down.
Up through the 19th century, this was an area of tea plantations. That all changed in the early 20th century. Starting in 1909, it was used by the Imperial Japanese Army to conduct military drills. Following Japan's defeat in World War II, this area was confiscated by the Allied forces, who built a housing complex for American military servicemen and their families. was eventually returned to Japan in 1964. The site became the athletes' village for the Tokyo Olympics held that year. Right across from Yoyogi Park is a stadium that was built for the games.
Look at it, it's a really futuristic looking structure.
This structure, with a sweeping roof that resembles a suspension bridge, was constructed as an indoor arena. It's considered one of the masterpieces of leading Japanese architect, Tange Kenzo. After the Olympics, it was decided that the former site of the athletes' village would be turned into a park. And so, in 1967, Yoyogi Park opened to the public. Ever since, it's been beloved by locals and visitors alike. Sumiyoshi Yasuo used to work for the Tokyo Metropolitan Government. In fact, he was a member of the team that designed Yoyogi Park.
こんなに広い土地で、広いだから、なんか建物とか作ろうという意見がなかったんですか？
いや、それはありました。いろいろ道路を作りたいとか、それから都立高校をここに持ってきたいとかね。やっぱりこんだけの広い土地ですから、
そうですね。
いろんな要望が寄せられたんですけれども。
Construction of Yoyogi Park took place in the mid-1960s, when Japan was in the midst of a period of rapid economic growth. Large buildings were popping up all around central Tokyo. But meanwhile, many residents were calling for the creation of a public park in the heart of the city. The former Olympic Village was chosen as the site for the project.
米軍が接収してワシントンハイツになったっていうことはある意味代々木公園の将来としては非常にラッキーだった。その後ずっと将来オリンピックまでこの広い土地が残ってた。
When designing the park, Sumiyoshi and the other planners were strongly aware of the presence of Meiji Jingu.
向こうに高いのが明治神宮の坂。
そうなんですか。
だからちょうど境目。明治神宮の森の続き、明治神宮の森と同じくらいに緑濃いものにしていこうということで、ただ性格はちょっと違うものにしようということですね。同じ緑でもね。
While Meiji Jingu was as dense as a primeval forest, Yoyogi Park was envisioned as a more accessible woodland. Its charm lies in open spaces surrounded by trees, well suited for both relaxation and recreation.
Ah, そうですね。代々木公園はここにグループで来る人が多いですよね。カップルも結構多いでしょ。
そうですね。
カップルもね、調査したことあるんですよ。この広場で何組ぐらいいるかっていう。
あ、じゃあカップルのスポットだ。
それでカップルはだいたいどのくらいの距離でいると思います？
3見たかな。
一番混んでる時調べたら1カップルだいたい専用面積が50平方メートル。4メーターの円を描くとだいたい50平方メートルなんですよ。半径4メーター。っていうことは4メーターごとに座るとあれ意識しないっていうか、隣をあまり意識しないで座れる距離。最盛期で大体どのくらい で来た時にはどのくらいの広場が必要かとか、そういうのが分かりますよね。都市っていうのは渋谷も原宿もそうですけれども、どんどん発展し変わっていきますよね。だけどこの公園っていうのはやっぱりそれをね支えて見守っているね母親みたいなね存在じゃないかなというふうに思ってですね。だから街がどんなに変わってもやっぱりここが変わらないっていう場所もあってもいいんじゃないかなというふうに思います。
Next, we return to the Yoyogi Station area.
こんにちは。
こんにちは。はじめまして。原と申します。代々木町のようこそおいでいただきました。
Hara Akio is president of the local neighborhood association.
新宿と渋谷降りてビルがバンっていつも変わってますね。ここはちょっとコンパクトな感じが
いい言い方しますね。原宿と新宿に挟まれて全然発展してないようなちょっと寂しい地域ですよね。でも逆に言うとすごく環境が良くて安心安全の街ではありますか。
Hara is Yoyogi born and raised. He runs a glassworks business started by his parents. He says that since he was a kid, he'd often come to this shopping street just 3 minutes from the station. It's lined with about 30 stores. The one on the left is a mainstay of the community.
これ何屋さんですか？
本屋さんですね。
ダイス。ずっと昔からあったんですか
？120年ぐらい。
お、すごいですね。
すごい長いです。
This shop sells rice by weight, a rare sight these days. The shopping street is home to many businesses like this one that are deeply rooted in local life. The owner is a childhood friend of Hana's.
小学校は3年下ぐらいです。若い。3年だね。3年若い。どちらの上ですか？お兄さんです。ここもそうなんですよ。古い花屋さんです。内田さん。こんにちは。突然ごめんなさい。
The owner is an old schoolmate of Hara's daughter. His family has also been in Yoyogi for generations.
何言ってこの通りで。
代々木のことを教えてます今。代々木のボスです。ボスだ。ナンバーワンボス。
石塚さん、あまり言わないで。
This woman is another childhood friend of Hana's.
代々木はどういうものですか？
明治神宮があって、代々木公園があって、緑に囲まれた。素晴らしい街ですね。あんまり発展しないのがいいんですよ。静かな街なのでね。確かなね、この辺いらっしゃる方たちは、もう馴染みの方ばっかなんで、皆さん仲良し。皆さん仲良く。
Take a walk and you're bound to run into people you know. The intimate vibe harkens back to a simpler time. Here's an aerial view of the Yoyogi area after World War II. Much of Tokyo had been destroyed by bombing, but Yoyogi Station and the shopping district miraculously survived. That's why so many local families have been here for generations. We leave the shopping street behind and enter a residential area. There we find ourselves on a particularly narrow back street. Hara says this path is filled with fond memories from his childhood.
ここは昔は小川だったんですよね。
ここ立ってる場所ですか？
そう、ここ小川だったんです。今アンケになってますけど、
川ですか。
綺麗な川が流れてました。
ああ、そうなんですか。
はい、子供たちの最高の遊びがあったんです。
Up until the mid-20th century, Yoyogi and the surrounding areas were home to a number of streams several meters wide. Most have since been diverted underground and turned into promenades, remaining in the form of winding paths through quiet residential neighborhoods.
この辺来ると思い出すんですけど、染め物屋さんがあったんですよね。
あ、ここですか。
この水を利用して藍色の、はい、色を出す染め物屋さんが2軒ありました。ここの川沿いにそれだけ綺麗だったということと水量があったということですよね。はい。
Along one of the narrow paths is a monument to a children's song that's been handed down for over 100 years. Haru no Ogawa, which means spring stream, is said to be inspired by the waterway that once flowed through here. The scenes depicted in these lyrics embody the ties that have bound this community together for generations.
隣の原宿はすごい繁華街ですけどね、新宿も。料理はこんな感じです。
でも、それが希少だと思います。いいです。
駅前はもう開発されて当然思いますけどね、ちょっとこういう静かなところも残していきたいなと思ってます。
People protected and preserve such a calm and open space and community in the center of a city known for speed and scale. I think that Yoyogi offers Tokyo something very special. I think that Yoyogi invites us to slow down and take a closer look as we think about the future of urban life.
Today on Dive in Tokyo, we explore Gotanda. It's a neighborhood nestled in intricate valleys carved out by rivers. There are also low hills that have long been home to high-end residential areas. At one time, the low-lying areas along the Meguro River were lined with small factories, leading to the development of an entertainment district. Today, the town and its surrounding areas are home to over 130 IT-related startups. There's an upscale feel tempered by a touch of chaos. Join us as we discover the many sides of Gotanda. Gotanda is a transport hub in southern Tokyo served by 3 train lines. The neighborhood is easy to access from Haneda Airport, as well as Shinagawa Station, which is considered the gateway to central Tokyo.
Hi, my name is Chris, and we're here together today at Gotanda Station. Now, if I'm being honest with you, I rarely come to Gotanda. I'll either go to Shibuya or Shinagawa. But I've heard a rumor that there's a lot of venture businesses starting to gather here in Gotanda. So we are going to check that rumor out and find out what other tales this town has to tell. Let the adventures begin.
Chris is a originally from Las Vegas. He's an actor and model who also heads his own production company. And he's interested in Japanese startups. We begin our day by heading to a long-standing local shrine.
All right, this looks very interesting. There's quite suddenly a gate.
This shrine is tucked away on the ground floor of an office building.
This is such an interesting combination of modern architecture and historic Japanese architecture, and not at all what I was expecting to find when I walked in here.
This is Kiji Shrine. The word Kiji refers to a type of bird called the Japanese pheasant.
この神社が木地神社とついた理由が、江戸時代の初めの頃、鷹を使って、取る、いわゆるそういうその遊びを、将軍がしに来たんです。で、その時にここに白い生地が飛び入ったと。
白い生地？
白い生地。
Due to their rarity, white pheasants have long been regarded as auspicious, a sign of good luck.
で、家光さんが、じゃあ、生地の宮と称しなさいと。っていうのが伝わってきてるんですね。
なるほど。